So yesterday we went over and talked about how to take a line of dialogue and analyze it so that we can understand exactly what is being said, the subtext of the scene, the proper pronunciation of words, not the way they're just written, all of that. So this is the line of dialogue. Let's play through this here.
I was given superior intellect by my creator.
That was loud for you guys, I'm sure.
I was given superior intellect by my creator.
So there we go. Now I actually have two windows open, so it's making a little bit of a loop there.
I was given
There you go.
superior intellect by my creator.
So this is the line of dialogue we'll be working with today. So we've gone over, we found all our phonemes, we've figured out which letters are the most important, which ones we have to hit to make these read clearly. We've gone through and we've created an X sheet, which I actually haven't opened yet. I should do that. We've done all of this. At this point, we're pretty much ready to start working. Now, some people will just go straight into Maya from this point and start animating. And that is perfectly fine. So let's see. For me though, what I like to do is, here's our X sheet. There we go. So all the timing for our dialogue right in there. For me, when I'm working with dialogue, one thing I like to do is I like to shoot a reference of myself saying the line of dialogue. This doesn't have to be super detailed reference. You don't have to act out the whole scene while you're doing it, although it can help to kind of, if it's a physically active scene, for example, a character running, kind of getting into that mind space and kind of pretending that you're running, so you get a little bit of the extra inflection, or especially if your character is supposed to be out of breath, maybe running around the room a little bit on your own first before sitting down and recording the reference. But just shooting some sort of reference for the lip sync can be very helpful. Usually I just do a close-up of the face. So before the stream here, I actually just did that. So I recorded some quick reference here. I even set up a secondary camera. I had a webcam lying around, so I set it up. It took a while to figure out where to prop it up. But I set up a side camera as well so we can see the lips going in and out. And I just recorded myself saying the line. Now, when you're doing something like this, what I find helpful is get a pair of headphones, listen to the clip as you're saying it, and try to match the inflection. That's very important. Try to hit those the specific inflections here, the higher sections. These will really help to get that, I wouldn't say acting, but the mouth movements to sync up much better. And we're not looking for perfection here. All we're looking for is, there's too much of me. I look at the screen and there's 3. It's horrible. What we're looking for is just little things that we can use as influence for our poses. So, for example, let's just hit play and see what we've got.
I was given superior intellect by my creator.
So,
I was given superior intellect by my creator.
So, this is the reference I had. Is it amazing? Not really. It's just me sitting there saying the line. But in terms of animation, next to Vivid Bow. NS Films, hello! So this stuff, what it helps me with is just kind of finding little inflections that I might not have thought of normally, or ways that I can push the phonemes that would have been maybe not as intuitive if I had just jumped right into the dialogue. So for example, let's kind of look through here and kind of find things to think about when we're going into our shot. So one thing I like to do is I look for extremes in the jaw and the corners of the mouth. So for example, before the line of dialogue, I actually open my mouth first. My mouth and jaw open up first before I say anything. I'm not keeping my mouth closed and then opening it up on the first line. My mouth is actually, if you look at the teeth, bottom teeth there, my jaw is actually starting to close. And actually, let's do that. So my mouth is starting to close as I say the first line. It's not opening on the first line. That's an interesting little, like, when I saw that, it's like, oh, that's an interesting thing. I would have just started with the mouth closed. But for some reason, as I was saying the line and kind of getting into a little bit of that headspace, I just had my mouth open. And then as, like, this is another little detail. As I say I, you can see that the mouth, this corner rises up just a little bit more than the other. The top lip is actually moving, but it's more on one side. It gives a little bit of a sneer feeling to it. So
I was given
looking for little things like that can be super fun, at least for me, because it's things that it's like, oh well, what if I accentuate that, or maybe if I push it in a different way, what could I get? So let's kind of look for a jaw pass first. So this is something I typically do also by putting my hand on my or under my chin and just say the line. So I was given superior intellect by my creator. And what you can do is you can feel where your jaw goes down the most. Now this is not something I do when I'm looking at the dialogue here, because it really depends on how you shoot your reference. That jaw pass can change immensely. So I can say the same line and just keep my teeth together. I was given superior intellect by my creator. And now my teeth stayed in contact the whole time. So it's not dependent on the line of dialogue. It's more dependent on the reference or how you want to do that. But there will be certain areas that kind of stay consistent. So for example, creators, that will tend to drop a lot more because there's that inflection on there. So if we kind of look here, we can see that the jaw closes right there to 24. Then it just stays closed. This is another thing with lip sync that a lot of people miss out on, is that they will move the jaw up and down as if that is the thing that is creating the sounds. The jaw, like I showed, I can keep my teeth closed and I can still make all the sounds. I don't really have to open my jaw that much. The big thing that the jaw does is it just makes certain words a little bit more powerful, I guess you could say. It gives us a better vocal range. But it's not creating sounds as much as we think it is. Instead, it's the lips. So when you have a moment like this, the was given, the jaw closes and then it just stays closed. You can see it's the lips that come down more than anything. And then the jaw goes down. Now, another thing to keep in mind here, and this is why I shot the side view, is if we were to only look at the front view, we can see that the bottom lip goes down. It's like, okay, the top lip stays completely still. Yay, that's easy. Not really. Look at the side view here. Look at that top lip. It actually pulls in. So as the mouth is going here, the bottom lip comes out, the top lip goes in. It's doing... The bottom lip is doing that. That's a really nice touch. If you can add that to your shot, especially because we're not going to be doing a straight side view, we're going to be doing a 3/4 view. That little lip motion there, that offset, is going to be huge in creating that interest in there versus just this flat performance. A lot of times, especially with student work that I see, and especially with my student work, I remember, if you were to move the camera to the side view, the lips would never move. They just kind of go up and down, but they don't go in and out at all. That is a huge wasted opportunity, and it really destroys the believability of the lip sync. If I just scrub through here, like, look at how much the lips move in and out on that side view there. Like right there. And that's my creators. For some reason, I did that for Cree. Like, I can say creators. My lips are tight creators, but instead it's my creators. I push the lips out for some reason. So that can be little details like that, again, very helpful. It makes it so that we're not having to try and invent everything on our own, and we have a place to possibly follow. Keep in mind, this is reference, not our animation. So we can change this as much as we want. We can disregard half of it if we wanted to. We can mix in another clip for more reference. This is just for us to get ideas from. So like right here, I could just look at the jaw pass. I could do pass of looking where the corners go the widest. So for example, at around 76, that's when the corners of the mouth go out here. Now I'm not going to do all of this because it's just kind of framing through and looking for things. But another thing I wanted to point out here is the arc that happens in the corner of the mouth. And you can really see it here. If you watch that corner of the mouth here and here, as it goes into creator, it's not just going in and then back out along the same arc. It's going down, up, and around. So you see here, it goes down slightly, then up, and then round. So that can be a great thing to add in there. And let's see, for non-natives like me, you can get the video of the actual actor doing it. It helps so much. Yeah, exactly. So that way you can add in a little bit of the actor themselves doing it. Now in this case, there is no video for this, unfortunately. So I have to come up with it on my own. But it's not a bad thing. Most studios will record video of the actors saying their lines so that the animators can then use it if they need. They don't have to use it, but it is there so that animators can add that little bit of that actor, a little bit of that flair in there that they might not have, again, thought of, or that might not be natural to them, especially if you're non-native to that language. The other thing that can be helpful if you're non-native is if there is someone who speaks that language in the studio, having them record some reference for you to kind of get a little bit of that native way of speaking the language in there versus trying to mimic the language. Anything that basically gets you ideas. That's really it. So we could go through this and just analyze this all day if we wanted to. But really, it's just having this in place, and it gives us, again, ideas. So for example, here, we can kind of see this exaggerated sneer there. So in my reference, or sorry, in my shot, I'm not going to try to mimic this mouth shape exactly like we see here, where it's okay, copy that right there. No, I might really try to just exaggerate that sneer in here. We'll see. Really push that sneer up here too. Maybe push the boredom in the eyes. So it's just kind of maybe that kind of, yeah, I'm better than you. We'll see. Let's start pose here. So the first thing I'm going to do is just make sure that all my controls are set correctly. So for example, making sure that the head is set to follow line on. That's just my preference. Whenever I animate a rig, the first thing I check, if I haven't used it in a while, is just make sure that all those controls are doing what I want. So with that, the next thing I want to do is let's make sure the eye control stays in place as well. This way we can kind of have him look at someone. And let's actually set this to 0.9 maybe. That way it follows just a little bit and creates a little bit more of a natural motion there. Okay. So I think that's pretty much most of the prep work here. So let's pose this guy out. Now I kind of want him to be a little like better than thou kind of attitude, where like my creator gave me superior intellect. Like it's just, I'm the greatest being. Now that's kind of the way I'm going with this. I could go many different ways. And this is the fun thing about lines of dialogue, is even though the original might have been a mean character or something like that, the way you play it, as long as it's not super obvious that the character is, for example, yelling and screaming and supposed to be angry, you can tweak it a lot and still give a different feeling to the character. You can make them feel sad. You can make them feel happy. It's kind of like that effect we were looking at yesterday, where if you change the way the mouth moves, it changes how we hear sounds. It's similar to that. If you just change the attitude on the face, a lot of times it'll change how we perceive the line of dialogue. You have to be careful. It's not magic. It's not going to, like, if you have a really angry line of dialogue, if you make them smile, it's not going to make them sound happy. But if you have kind of a neutral line, you can really push it a lot of different directions. So, do I animate body first or lip sync? Body, definitely. Now, in this case, I'm not going to have much body motion here, so I'm just going to block something in really quick. The reason you want to block the body in first is that if your character is moving their head this way and then moves their head this way, you have to know which way the mouth is pointing to the camera in order to actually animate it properly. If you animate the mouth all the way over here and then they turn their head like this, suddenly you're not seeing any of the lip sync you did, which is not that interesting visually. So let's give him a quick pose here. So I kind of want that, like, a little bit more, for lack of a better word, stuck up attitude. So let's kind of push that into the body. A little bit of a slant. We'll kind of give him a... trying to think which way do I want to lean him. I think... let's kind of try this way. So the reason I'm kind of doing it this way is it gets his shoulder in front of him. So the shoulder that's towards the person he's talking to is higher. So it gives that kind of like... he's not open to the person. It's not like, hey buddy, it's, oh, you, ugh. It makes him feel standoffish. Even if it's just a little bit, it's going to kind of add to that personality instead of detract from that personality. I might even rotate the body so it's kind of pointed a little further away. So again, he's almost talking like this to the person instead of talking to them head on and genuinely like face on. It's almost like he's ready to leave the conversation. Now, again, it doesn't have to be a huge amount. It's not like he's actually leaving here. But just a little can help add to that feeling of, hey, BSN, thank you so much. Jeez, thank you so much for the subscription. Man, 22-month streak. Jeez, how has it already been almost, like, you've done 23 months total? Like, that's, oh man, that's 2 years. Jeez, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Since class 1, man. Jeez, has it been that long? It's, like, I think back on it, it's like, it's definitely been that long, but wow. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. So that totally sidetracked me. So and Double Dot, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thank you. No, feel free to interrupt. That's half the fun of these streams, at least for me, is I get to actually chat with people and get interrupted, or else I could just record these on my own and post them. I really love the interaction. For me, it just makes it more fun. Okay, we were going over the body. That's it. So pushing the body to be a little bit more kind of standoffish. He's also very proud, so his shoulders, he's not going to hunch forward. He's going to have that little bit of a kind of pulled back attitude. Now, he's kind of standing tall there. I don't really have to worry about the legs too much. Now, I could go really all out here and actually have some body mechanics in here. All I want is some simple motion to keep him alive in the body and head, so that I can get to the lip sync faster. So we're going to be really keeping the body mechanics simple for the most part. And then the head direction, let's kind of bring that face up a little bit, kind of looking down on the person. So not too much. I don't want it to be nose way up in the air, but something like that. Okay. So let's say this is kind of our starting-ish pose. We want to do something in here. I might push that head. The reason I'm pushing the head is I was noticing his ear is starting to poke out on the other side there. So I just want to get a clear silhouette in the body. Now I could also just kind of push that ear to do that, but I think I'd rather get a little bit more of a 3/4 anyway. So something like that. Yes, definitely go to your puppy. Puppies are way more important. They are so adorable. Hopefully he had a good day at training camp. So let's pose out the face now. So this is going to be the first frame, where it's just like this snooty kind of looking down on the person he's about to talk to. So the first thing I'm going to try to do is get the eyes in place. So I want him to have kind of this bored expression. And whenever I think of a bored expression, the first thing I always think of is Nick from Zootopia. And what really helps sell the bored feeling is that really straight kind of eyebrow here. It's not eyelid. It's not curved. It's more straight. So I'm not just doing this. You can see the difference. That just kind of feels like he's slightly closing his eyes. The one on the right makes him feel bored. So to get that feeling, it's kind of playing with the corner of the eyes quite a bit. Okay. So something like that. Get the eyebrows in there. So already we're starting to get a little bit of that personality. So something like this. That kind of like really you are talking to me kind of attitude. Now again, actually maybe that would be interesting. I'll if I have time, I might try to animate this shot with this character's attitude here, and then we could come back to the same line of dialogue and see if we can animate it with a different attitude. See how that kind of feels and how we can push things. So I'm kind of lowering the skin at the eye here just to give a little bit more fleshiness. So something a little bit more like that. Okay. So we've got that. Brows and eyes are done for now. And let's get a very quick mouth shape here. So probably let's see. I might move the mouth over. Let's see. I love his face. It's so fleshy. Look at that. Oh, it's so cool. Let's see. Kind of want the mouth open a little bit here at the beginning. And we'll take the corners down a little. So he's kind of he talks very much with his lower lip here. That was one of the things that I was definitely feeling in my reference, is the as I was shooting the reference and I was kind of acting it out, is how the top lip really stayed very still, whereas the bottom lip did most of the work. So we're going to push that there. Now let me. So one thing I did because of the crash. Let me save here. Because of the crash, I actually just brought my reference into Maya here. So you can see this is actually in Maya. Now I don't normally do this because I'm not a fan of having it in there. I know I have the tendency of sticking too close to reference if I do that, but hopefully this will keep things from crashing like it did earlier. What it also means is I can kind of look quickly to see, and this is the one thing that I do like, is, for example, where's the mouth going? So I know that it's going to start with the mouth slightly open, and then if we look at the corners of the mouth and the jaw, it'll open up and then kind of go into that kind of shape, of exaggeration, wider and kind of a little bit more of a sneer. So I have a choice. I could either try to start the mouth wider and kind of bring it in, or start narrow and widen it out into I kind of want to maybe try to bring it in a little bit. So that means that I can exaggerate the wideness of the mouth here just a little bit. I really like this song. Oh yeah, no wonder. Jake Kaufman. I love Jake Kaufman's music. Okay. Now, the other thing I can do is, let's just rotate the mouth in general. Like, just do that. What this is going to give me is kind of a natural offset in the mouth no matter what I do. And let's see. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to shape the lip just very... Actually, let's not rotate that. Let's instead kind of use these. I just want to create an interesting shape in the lips. Now, this is where you have a choice as well, where I can take his default mouth shape and use that. So he's got this kind of cleft. Kaufman did Shovel Knight, I believe so. So I could do that, or I could try to push my own shape in there. So a little bit more of kind of this shape, which gives a little bit more of the sneer effect on the top lip there. Which I kind of feel like I want to do. Okay. Let's bring that lip up a little bit more, and then this one down. So something like that for now. Actually, there we go. That's a little better. Ooh, let's see. I like to prepare a lot for my dialogue shot with reference and layout, but I was wondering if in a studio you really have time to do that. Yeah, you get faster at it, and honestly, the more you prep, the faster you'll work anyway. So I would much rather spend more time prepping for a shot than just to dive in and hope for the best. I tend to prep for a shot a lot. And what that does is it just makes it easier for me to work because I'm spending less time guessing or running into roadblocks. Let's see. I had a question. What's wrong with Shaman's mouth library? When you open them up, they look nothing like the images, especially the emotion mouth poses. The photos seem to be pretty good. I'm not sure. I'll have to check those out later. It could just be that certain controls aren't working. Maybe a rig update to change certain things. But I can double check that. So let's see. So we've got, we'll say this starting pose here. And now before I do any kind of motion on the mouth, now that we've got our starting pose, I'm just going to animate the character a little bit. So a little bit of the body. So let's go through. So he kind of comes in here, and I'm just going to do this very quickly. So let's block this out. On 8s. So from the first frame to this frame, what we're really getting is a little head tilt. Some shoulders coming up as he kind of takes a breath. Maybe a little bit of a lean forward. And I usually try to start the lean right in the hips. This way we get that kind of extra depth in the character. Now, to be honest, I don't know how much of the lip sync we'll get to today. Just because the pass on the body is so important. But I want to at least get that in place, or else it's just not going to work correctly. Let's keep that a little bit more subtle. There we go. So just a little change right there. And we can see it in that the body as well. How the hips are moving forward. It's affecting the body, but just a little bit. This way we have that kind of motion that stems right from the hips, not from, let's see, maybe even just a little forward motion there. It's not just kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not just the top of the character rotating on its own like it's a puppet. We get that depth to the motion. Okay. Too low. So now we go from 9, let's go to frame 17. So this is a blocking method that's very good for quick blocking as well as just kind of getting an idea in place, which is I'm following my reference. I'm not copying it. I'm trying to exaggerate and kind of enhance it. But I am using it as inspiration. I really like this method, especially when you are trying to do a more focused shot. So in this case, I really want to focus on, actually, no, his hips are going the other way. I really want to focus on the lip sync. So I don't want to spend all day animating the body. So what I'm going to do is just block out quick. Now, to be honest, I could actually do less than this if I wanted. And just let's see, just do the mouth, but I do want a little bit of body mechanics. That's just me being picky. Let's see. Hey Nikhil, hello, how's it going? So now the head is going to turn this way. And what I'm trying to do is keep that motion simple in the head. So basically continuing the arc that I had built before. A little too much there. Maybe we'll reduce the shoulders just a bit. I can always polish these up later and really refine my arcs. For now, quick blocking. Quick. Let's see, we can try to lip sync and finish in Spanish. I would love to see you guys do that. That would be so cool. So let's go to 25. Okay, so now it's a little rotate on there, a little bit more here and here. So the Y should ease out, the others should increase. Something like that. I really like this song. Saga, that's it. No one knows if it's right or wrong. Okay. So, let's see. Let's keep the body moving a little bit. This way and this way. Just keep alive in there. Look at the rotates. Nope. That should definitely keep moving a little bit. Okay. So we've got this motion here. Now I'm just doing a quick pass here, and then I can clean up my arcs afterwards. And actually, let's see. Let me ask you this. Would everyone like to see me block out this shot with the full body today, and then we can get to lip sync tomorrow or on Monday? Or would you rather maybe I'll just do like the first 40 frames here, and then we'll just block out like the body for that, and then do the lip sync, and then on Monday I can just do the rest and then probably properly animate the whole thing. But this way we kind of get a little bit of that demo in here on all of it. So that way we don't have to kind of just watch this this whole stream. Especially I know a lot of you are working on dialogue this week. Actually, now that I say that, that would probably be the smart thing to do. That way we get to the stuff that many of you kind of will need pretty soon. Okay. So let's get that body in there. So a little bit of that, which means the body itself is going to instead counter that a little bit more. Too much. Okay. Now, big thing whenever you're doing stuff like this is really make sure that you're not just using one axis at a time. You should always be kind of layering things in, and even if it's subtle. The big reason for that is it removes that kind of fake feeling where something just feels like it just chunks on one axis. And Lewis, hello! How's it going? Now you'll notice my curves are a mess. That's fine. This is not a polished pass or anything like that. This is just in here to get some motion. I think the rotation on his hips are a little too much. Some slight motion for the dialogue to sit on top of. And then the head here. Gonna keep coming through this way, but now it's going to come down. Something like that. Okay. And then 41. Then the head comes through this way. Okay. We'll drag in Z to the head. And let's add a little bit of a moving hold here. Okay. Something like that. And then countered that body a little too perfectly. Okay, so I'm noticing a pop here where he goes screen left and then right. So what that is the hips over rotating. There we go. So we've got this very basic motion here. Now, does it look good? Not really. One of the big reasons for that is, and let's actually just call it here in terms of blocking, because I do want to go over some mouth stuff before we go too far into things. And let's actually go to frame 60 here. Okay. So the reason it's not looking great is because we've only really keyed things on 8s, and I did it very roughly, very quickly. But because of that, what I can now do is I can go through and start refining some of this just by kind of breaking it down maybe on 4s. So for example here, I could, instead of just having him go straight back, let's build in an anticipation. So he's gonna actually turn his head this way just a little bit, a little less in Y, a little bit more in Z. So he does a little bit of that. And then let's drag that a little more there. So already that's starting to add a little kind of depth to that motion. Let's actually push Y a little bit more. And again, does it have to be perfect just yet? Not really. The main thing that I'm kind of focusing on is trying to get the general attitude in place. Okay, let's look at my rotate X and just tweak that just a little so we don't have that bounce. There we go. Now the body kind of just eases right there, so that's fine. I could tweak the spacing, but let's kind of go through. I'm really just wanting to do the head here. Set a key. So here, let's actually add a little hold to the nose there. He turns his head, holds before then turning some more there. We'll see how that feels. Maybe take my rotate X. And we'll have a little overshoot. Something like that. And Boromark, hello! How's it going? Rotate Y, rotate Z. Let's kind of push that arc in there just a little bit more. Come through. Set a key. And once again, let's go through our rotations. So that's gonna hold a little bit more there. So there's kind of a little head shake right here. That's kind of the slight motion I'm kind of going for. We'll see how that feels, but overall I have a feeling I'm gonna change it. Probably smooth it out, just make a little swoop. Love to do a demo on how to get scripts that reset poses to default in Maya. I tried one, but that didn't do anything. Maya 2019, that is. The easiest way to reset a pose to default is just have a pose on frame 0 that's already default. So what you can do is just go to frame 0, take all your controls, then middle mouse drag to whatever frame you want to reset, set the key. And that'll just quickly reset your pose, and then you're good to go. Another thing that you could do, instead of trying to run a custom script, is just download Studio Library, and then save the default pose of the rig in Studio Library. That way, at any point, you can always just open that up and reset the pose there, and Studio Library is totally free. So this way, you don't have to worry about trying to create custom scripts for each different rig or each different scene. You can just reset it with any rig at any time. So hopefully that helps. But if you do have any questions on that, like on any specific thing on that, definitely let me know. Need to look at my rotate X here. Favor pose here. Okay. So let's hold the head in X just a little longer here. This way we get a stronger drop after. Rotate Y as well. They're just starting to add some texture to the face so that we don't always have the same kind of just smooth, perfect arcs. Now I'm keeping it subtle here. That way we can kind of get through it faster, but I could always exaggerate that too. Would be nice to set a hotkey for zeroing values. What would be it? The problem is that a lot of rigs, when you reset their values to 0, it's not just rotates or translates, it's a bunch of extra attributes. And sometimes you don't want them to be 0. So for example, follow line, sometimes I want that to stay at 1. So if I write a script that just resets every attribute to 0, that's not going to be quite right. Or it might like turn things on or off that you actually want to keep. But let's see. I would have to think about that one. What would be a good way to reset the values? No, Animbot has similar results. Yeah. So with Animbot, it's the same thing where it's saving a pose in its library, and then you're basically just calling back that pose. But to have a hotkey that you can just like automatically just hit and it resets, that's a little trickier. Not impossible. I guess the big thing, it would have to call a pose or like a script from either Animbot or Studio Library. Okay. Okay, so I'm just looking at the arcs of the character here, and I think I can push my rotate Y just a little bit more here. Just keep it going just a little bit more. Let's go to frame 44. I'm just going to do a quick play blast, make sure everything's working. Might be totally wrong, but we'll see. You could have a script that makes value of your pose at frame 0 and paste on your actual frames. You could have it... Actually, that would probably be it. Where you'd have to have a script that selects every... Or it takes what you have currently selected. So I would take the head, for example, and say, okay, I want to zero that out. And it would take that, put it as a variable, go to frame 0, copy the values from that pose, come back to the frame you're on and paste them. And that would reset it. But then you'd have to have your pose on frame 0. But it would still just be one hotkey. So that would actually be one way to do it. Let's see. I'll just call this superior. Okay. And actually, let's call it superior 1. Okay, and probably don't need to make it that big. 1280 by 720. Okay. Play blast that. Oh, and wrong camera. So this is not going to look great, but I just need to know exactly where I need to adjust things before we go further. Let's see, when you see a rig, you know, before the prep row. And best player, how's it going? Uh-huh. Okay, so... Oh. No, wait, that's my Maya window. Okay. So... There we go. So let's see how this feels. I'm expecting to have this be just horrible. And probably will be.
I was given superior. I was given
Yeah.
superior. I was.
So I like the little shake, but it's too much for the
I was
beginning. There should just it's all. I just want anticipation to the dialogue,
given.
and then I want to have the dialogue. Like I was given. Like that's when the head should.
I was given, yeah.
That's when it should really come in. So I'm just going to tone down a lot of this at the beginning.
I was given.
Especially that shake there.
I was given superior. I was given superior. I was given superior. I was given superior.
I like the superior. I could probably push that a little bit.
I was given superior. I was given superior. I was given superior. I was given superior.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is the head is just starting to move too much too quickly right at the start. So let's tone that down. So right on frame 1, we'll just make this a lot less. Okay. So comes through, and then even here, let's make this head shake a lot less here as well. This way it just doesn't feel as dramatic. Still want to feel some change, but just a little. Doing a highlight intro for the Atom Challenge. Nice, that's awesome. Okay, so let's maybe try toning this down just a little bit as well. So this way the big head turn happens right here. As he starts to speak. And then I need more rotate X here. Okay. Now, just for the sake of it, let's see if I can set this to parallel and actually have my cached playback in here. This way we can get some of the timing in a little faster. Can we see a play blast? Sure. Now it's very rough, so this is what we have so far.
I was given superior.
Just trying to keep the body alive so we can add the lip sync on top of it. So the main thing I'm trying to do is tone down the beginning so the accent on the dialogue comes in a little bit more. So just toning that down right at the start. So I still want that little shake. I think part of it is also the body. Yeah, there's a big rotation in the body here. So that's my rotate X. Katamari. I love Katamari music. So energetic. I know what it is. My tangents here. Because I have that key on frame 0, it's causing this kind of kick in the... Yeah, you see it right there. That kick in the tangents. So I just need to go in and make sure that it actually moves smoothly through these. Yeah, right there. You can see that kick again. That would explain why there was a pop there. Let's just break that tangent. Make it easier to work with. Alright. Let's double check my spine. Yeah, okay, yeah, I missed some of the controls, that's why. Okay, so I'm starting to get it smoothed out. Now, one thing I'm noticing right here at the beginning is that the head and the spine are all moving together just for that one frame. So I'm just going to take my rotate X of the head and maybe let's try to add a little kind of anticipation right there. We feel the body starting to move first and then it goes into the head. And we just kind of push our arcs here. A little too much. There we go. Now, right here, I feel like the head loses a lot of its appeal, and it's because it's kind of falling into a linear motion. Right there. That hold is just too... It's too soft. I could either make it stronger, really kick that up a notch, right here, where it kind of just keeps moving, or just lock it in place a lot more. Right now it's somewhere in between, which is just not that interesting to look at. And you can see it right here. It's just kind of bleh, linear. How would you animate along a motion path? To do that, you just create a curve that you want to animate along. And then it is... I forget now. I haven't used it in a while. What was it? None of that's gonna bother me. The last time I used that was back when Maya had a whole different set of animation controls or animation layout. So I'm trying to remember where it is. It's like set character path or something like that. Would you recommend that method for animating a car or hand keying it? Normally I recommend hand keying things. Animating along a path is nice, but oh yeah, motion path right there. So I knew it was somewhere. So they moved it from the animation tools to the constraint tools. So it's motion path attached to motion path. That'll make the thing follow. So oh, there you go, BSN metrics, exactly. So constraint motion path. Now you can do that to get the base motion, but the problem is because it's a constraint, you're going to be kind of stuck with what it gives you, and that's basically the thing that I try to avoid the most in my shots is when I'm just stuck with the animation that Maya will give me for a certain thing. Now, the blocking spline. Oh yeah, blocking spline had it as well. Yay! So what you could do is that you could use that to first constrain the car to the path, get that motion feeling correct, that so that it feels like it's driving along the path and not kind of sliding around. But then bake out that that constraint so that you have animation that you yourself can adjust and get exactly what you want. So that's probably what the method I would use, is a combination. This way you're not locking yourself into what Maya is going to give you. There we go. So you can see I've just pushed the hold there a little bit more. So when he gets to that point, we just feel a hold of the nose. There's a little bit of rotation still, but not as much, which then makes the next part stand out even more. Which I can maybe make it a little bit more dynamic. Right here. Okay. And then I kind of want this to have a little bit more of a dynamic motion to it as well. So let's kind of push that a little bit more. I'm doing this very quickly and roughly, just so I can get to the mouth. There we go. And kind of, well, he stops at the end. That's fine. Because I'm actually only animating to 41. I should just set my frame range to 41. That way we don't get a freeze. Okay, so let's do a play blast here, see how that feels. Can you help me solve one big thing in my graph editor for me? Sure. What question, or what are you running into in the graph editor? How can you grab the tangent of a key and move it in all directions? Oh, so do you mean scale it and all of that? So that is weighted tangents in Maya. So just take your curve, select it, go to curves, set it to weighted tangents. So if you have it curves non-weighted, you're only going to be able to rotate the tangents. But if you go to curves weighted tangents, now you can scale them and do all of that stuff. Let me just undo to make sure I don't lose things I had there. Okay. So we've got that. Okay. One thing I'm noticing is this feels very even right at the beginning. Probably have to tweak that. Probably maybe bring that down just a little bit more. We do what we must because we can. For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. Let's push this a little bit more. I'm getting picky. There we go. Because I worked in C4D, and while it was nice back there, back in Maya, I was like, oh my god, yeah, it's when you get used to a tool in another program, it's always a pain when you go to another one. It's like, it's gotta have it. I just have to have that tool. Let's see. So I'm just gonna do a quick play blast. Now I'm not expecting this to look fantastic, but it's really just to get the core motion, so that way we can get to that lip sync. Okay, so let's hit play.
I was given superior. I was given superior. I was given superior.
Okay, still a little too much head motion at the beginning here, and mostly it's the Y. I think I also need to reduce the rotation on the body a little bit, but
I was given superior. I was given superior. I was given superior.
yeah. So it's the rotate X.
I was given superior. I was given superior. I was.
Rotate Z on the head. Let's just tone down the body in general. Keep that a lot simpler, because that's adding a little pop right there.
I was given superior. I was given superior. I was given superior. I was given.
Okay. So super quick for animation. How much does it take to animate 1 minute? There's unfortunately not really an answer, because it depends on the shot. For example, if it's a shot where a character is barely moving, that might not take long at all. If it's really chaotic motion, that could take a huge amount of time. So there's no kind of base answer there. Now, with that said, we can kind of just, I guess you could say, simplify it. And let's say just kind of on a base average shot, I forget how much. I believe at DreamWorks it's 400 frames a week. Or no, DreamWorks it was less than that, I think. So how much would that be? So 400 frames a week, that's about a little less than 2 seconds a week, something like that. So it's not much, but to be fair, they're also doing really high quality stuff. I know what's coming. Let's do that. There we go. So that little pop that I was getting in the body was because of my curves, the tangents. So that already solves that. So the body is much simpler there at the beginning. And Wackomatrixo, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? Let's see. Does America use 24 frames in television everywhere? Yeah. So the Americas use 24 frames per second for all of the television and animation and stuff like that. I'm doing good. Just trying to block this out as quickly as I can, and then falling right back into my nitpicky habits. So, but it's all good. So let's tone this down here. There we go. I think I can tone down the rotate Z as well. Yeah, that's a little too much right there. Maybe a little bit more. I feel like there's just a little bit of a arc that could be pushed in the nose here. Let's try this. Yeah, something like that. So I'm just trying to add some texture to the way he turns his head here. What do you, so many tutorials use 30 frames per second? No, that's for video games. So if you're using 30 frames per second or animating to 30 frames per second, usually that's for video games or simulation, things like that. For like, I guess film, television, that kind of stuff, that's when you're using 24 frames per second. So if you're working in Unreal, for example, that's going to be at 30 frames. Because then it's easier to upscale to 60 frames and so on for game animation. Let's see. So nose comes up. I kind of feel like my rotate Z is still just a little too much right there. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, let's do a quick play blast. Let's see what we've got. So the big thing I want is that the beginning should be subtle. The accent should be the thing that comes out.
I was given supi. I was given supi. I was given supi. I was given supi. I was given
so that's already better.
I was given.
I wonder if I should just remove some of the overlap there.
I was given supi. I was given supi. I was given supi.
Yeah, I wonder if I just have the nose start to come up right away and rotate X. So that right now the nose kind of dips a little right there and creates a little bit of a double step in that motion. And then let's take the rotate Z and really push that. And rotate X. And let's take a look at that. Okay.
I was given.
That's better.
I was given supi. I was given supi. I was given supi. I was given supi. I was given superior. I was given superior.
I was given soup. That's basically what he's saying.
I was. I was.
Okay.
I was given.
So let's call this here, and let's actually get to some lip sync stuff, because that's the whole point of the demo that I was supposed to be doing today. So I'm just going to try and do I was given here, and then we'll kind of see how that goes. So, like we had talked about earlier, when I planned out all of the lip sync, I had done X sheets and I had done all of the planning in terms of the timing for the shot. So if I open this up here, we have let's wait for that to open up. There we go. So recent. Okay. So this is the X sheet that I had drawn out for this. So we already know where every sound is going to land, and we also know which ones are important to hit. So for example, the W here is going to be right there. That's going to be very important. The V, the N, these are very important sounds to hit, as well as the S here. So I marked all of those down. So with this, right away, I can start to focus on those sounds. Now, when you're doing lip sync, there's a few different methods you can use to block this in. The first one, which is one I do for kind of more naturalistic shots, so characters that are speaking a little bit more naturally, I will do a jaw pass. So I only animate the jaw first, and then I move the mouth corners, and then I kind of build up from there. So mouth corners in and out, build in the in and out of the lips, the actually ooh shapes. So there's that way. There's also the pose to pose method, which is basically you just create a pose whenever you hear the sounds that you need, and you make that as good as possible on that frame. So for example, let's take the mouth here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a selection set for just the mouth. This will make it so that I can just set keys on the mouth without having to worry about all the other controls here. So I want the jaw, I want all of this. I also want to make sure I grab all the tongue controls, as well as the teeth in here, which I think I've already got. Okay. I guess I could take the cheeks as well. Okay. So with all of this selected, I'm just going to go to create sets, quick select set. And let's call this mouth. Now if you have Animbot, you can create a quick select set through that. That's a little bit easier to select because it's in the viewport. If you don't have it, this works just as well. So now I can just click that. There you go. All my mouth controls are selected. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to delete all the keys that are currently on the mouth. This way, I can just focus on animating the lip sync separately on a separate pass from the rest of the body, because the lip sync has to hit certain frames exactly. So I don't need to worry about the keys I already had. So let's kind of just start going through this. So I know I need a key on 14. That's going to be my eye shape. I need a key on 18. So let's actually go with the most important. So 18, 28, and I'm just putting these in here just as markers. Then 31, and then we've got 36 and 39. Okay. So those are our most important shapes, 18, 28, 31, all of these. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in here and start posing them. So let's start with 18 here. So this is the was. I was. So here we need to get into that ooh shape. So what I'm just going to do is really just exaggerate that. So the ooh, the jaw is closing. So let's take that jaw, close it a little bit more, not all the way. The lip is going to be up. So when we do an ooh shape, usually our lips go up slightly. So I can take this and kind of exaggerate that there. The lips also go out. I think I might actually... Let's move this to frame 18 for now. For some reason, as I'm scrubbing through this, I'm hearing that sound a little bit more on 19. So, let's try to exaggerate that. So the first thing I like to do is, for ooh shapes, really push the lips out. I can always tone this down later, but doing something like that already from the side view, if we kind of go back and forth, you can feel that ooh shape coming through now. If we don't do that, you're just not going to get that feeling quite right. So let's see. Okay, that lip can come down a little bit more, and let's kind of purse the lip a little bit more. So what I mean by that is kind of pinch the corners right here. So just a little bit like so. And let's see. I kind of want the ooh shape. Let's bring the corners of the mouth in a little bit as well. That'll help push the lips too. Not too much though. This is not an ooh shape. This is was. And I think I could purse this a little less here. So it's just a little bit more in the bottom lip. The bottom lip is doing most of the work here. Okay. So we've got that. Now what I'm doing first is I'm just getting some very quick, rough poses in here that I can then polish up a little bit more after. If I try to focus too much on the poses right away and try to get each one perfect, I might kind of inadvertently just make more work for myself and have to redo work. So next one that's very important, frame 28, that's the V. So with the V, that is basically the mouth biting the lip. So let me actually, I'm gonna open up a file here just to show. So where is it? Here's my reference. So where are you? There you are. So what I'm looking for is this shape. That is the V. So I'm taking that and I'm trying to recreate that feeling there. So that's going to be the bottom lip really coming in and getting bit. Now these I find are usually one of the hardest shapes to get quite right. So the other thing I'm going to look for here is how does the jaw move? I'm just going to quickly look at, yeah, so the mouth opens up a little bit there. Okay, oops, wrong frame. Helps to go on the right frame. So give bin. You could bring the jaw back a little bit. Let's take that lip, kind of just move it into place. And what really helps with the V shapes is showing the top teeth. In my reference, I don't really have it, but if you kind of bring the teeth up, it kind of really pushes that feeling of clarity. Give in. Let's maybe push the corners of the mouth just a little bit inwards. And really shape this. I want those teeth to bite across that lip. So I might even bring the teeth forward slightly just to even add that extra clarity there. And then let's shape the lip. And the corners, this is one thing that always tends to make mouths look really fake, is if the corners are wide like this. If you pinch the corners, it tends to make the mouth shape feel just more natural in general. Like that. So let's kind of push that here. Let's maybe shape the lip just a little bit more. And I could maybe pump that up there. So now we get that kind of roundness in the lip. And let's take the top lip and maybe bring it closer to the teeth to tighten that up. So now if we kind of look at the side view, we can really feel those lips moving. So we've got that. Let's see. I kind of want the lips wider here. Just to kind of add that a little bit more of a sneer to it. Okay. So now we have the N. So given. So the N, let's look at our reference here. The mouth just opens up. Now, honestly, with the reference that I have, the N isn't super important. N's, T, L, D, sounds like that are really only important if you can really see the inside of the mouth, because the tongue moves a lot during that. In this case, I don't really have that much of a mouth open, but I could probably exaggerate it. So let's actually add that in here just a little bit. Because at least what it'll do is give us the framing of the shot and kind of allow us to take the mouth from this into a nice open shape. So one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just push the jaw forward so it kind of, we just get a little bit of that offset there. Let's open the jaw. Give them. And then I think I'm gonna take the mouth corners down. Kind of show a little bit more that. Get that sneer in there. And then get that bottom lip curled. So now we really feel that kind of V, and then hopefully open that up nice and clear. And then from the V, because the mouth is kind of coming in here, so V, and then here I might just kind of bring that in a little bit more. So let's kind of push that in just a little bit more, so we feel that change in the shape of the lips. And already we're starting to feel some nice motion in there. Specifically, we're feeling that depth in the lips. And then even here, let's kind of push some depth to that lip there. You touch the tongue at the end only? It depends. So if the tongue is extremely obvious, so for example TH, I'll put it in right away. If I'm using a layered method, I'll tend to only touch it at the very end. In this case, because I'm doing more pose to pose, I will actually use the tongue. So give bin the N, and this is the reason it's important, is the tongue is actually going to touch the back of the mouth. So I'm just going to take the tongue control here and just get it to push against the teeth here. So now we get that feeling there, and that even that you'll feel that motion in there. Now for something like this, I would actually probably recolor his tongue. It's a little bright here. I would want that to be a little kind of darker and more contrast between the teeth. Especially since we don't have lighting. If we had lighting, that would change that, but... And I'm kind of losing a little bit of that sneer. I'm just going to come back in here, grab this. Just keep that in there. It's not necessary, but for this character, I just want to... I want that feeling that he's just constantly got this, like, looking down on the person kind of feeling. Okay. Did you try Final Fantasy VII? Not yet. I've seen so many clips of it and it looks so good. The animation in it just, oh, I want to try it so bad. I'm so behind on so many games. So we've got that. So okay, N. Now the next sound we had was 36, which was the superior. Now the superior, this is a very important sound because the teeth have to be closed as he says that. So let's close that there. And then we'll kind of bring up the top lip so we can really see the S sound there. And I might kind of, let's just tweak the mouth shape a little bit, see if we can vary up the mouth so it just kind of has some variety. We'll open up this side a little bit more. And then now this is where shapes are very important. Because if we're to use a normal phoneme library, the S sound is going to be a very specific shape. It kind of, most phoneme libraries I've seen kind of put it more towards like a an E sound, so the mouth corners go out. But a lot of mouth sounds inherit the shapes that they're going to create later. So in this case, he's saying superior. So that S sound is coming in. So I'm actually going to the next frame here to kind of build out that oo. So the jaw is slightly open. Let's kind of push those lips. Really get that shape in there. Now, superior. Now, one thing about this mouth shape right here is it doesn't look very appealing, does it? The reason that it doesn't look appealing is that the lips are too complex. We've got this weird bump in the bottom lip, and then the top lip has like all these weird like shapes. So it just makes this way too complex. To make this appealing, what I need to do is I need to simplify one of these lips. In this case, I'm going to try to simplify the bottom lip. So just get that out like that. Let's actually see if I can add roll here. Okay. Now, actually, one thing I'm wondering is, do I want to have these pucker controls? So what I'm thinking right now is, by default, this rig has these really cool pucker controls, which basically allow the lips to shape themselves as you're animating, which is really cool. But at the same time, it makes a lot of shapes that I might not want. So I'm wondering if I should just tone that down. Oh no, did Maya just crash? Okay, yeah, I lost all the lip sync. And I lost a lot of the beginning part there. Aw, dang it. Okay. I'm just gonna try to pose out a little bit of the face, or one of the faces from the shot that I was trying to animate, and just see if it crashes. So far it seems pretty stable, but hard to say for sure. I love Kirby music. I've never even really played a Kirby game, but there's just something about the music that I love. So let's kind of give him that bored expression right there. I wonder if I can maybe tone down the pupils, or not the pupil size, but the iris size a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Have there been any updates to your graphics card or something? Not recently. Usually whenever I update the graphics cards, I really make sure to watch that it doesn't do anything odd, and I don't think it's updated anytime recently. Okay, so let's Push that a little bit there. Maybe a little higher on the outside corner. So something like that. Let's shape this just a little bit more. I just want to try and get that nice shape right in there. Actually, make sure I turn off body selectable. Don't need to accidentally select that. Okay. Bring that down and out. So something like that. Being weird and crashes more. Oh no, that's interesting. I wonder, do I need an update? Maybe that's it. Doesn't look like it. Let's open this eye just a little bit more. Get that boredom in there by bringing the eye corners down. It kind of gives that sad look to it, which enhances the boredom. Versus the eye corner being up, which makes him feel happy. Windows updates could definitely be responsible. So let's see. Let's try to push that down a little bit more. Okay. Now, one thing that did break it was when I turned the pucker controls off. But it seems to be fine. I wonder if it's just the dialogue. There's something with the audio file, maybe? Let's get that lip and jaw out there a little bit. Now, the problem here is as soon as I bring the jaw out, that's going to make the teeth not super appealing. That's fine for now. Remember save. Well, this one, I don't know if I will save or not. We'll see. This is more just a test shot. So if it ends up looking nice, I'll save it. Let's see. I wanted to add that little bit of a sneer in there. Let's push that mouth corner in. Start shaping that a little bit more. Get a feeling of the mouth wrapping around the teeth there. When you zoom in on his head with a 35mm camera, his jaw is so wide. But what if it looks nice? If it ends up looking like, if we start getting into some decent faces, I'll save it. For now, we'll kind of. I'm not expecting this to turn out too much. So let's kind of bring that lip up here a little bit. Since he's smiling here, I kind of want to bring that mouth up a bit more. So keep that, but also try to work in that sneer. top lip should be tighter to the teeth. Okay. Let's maybe open the mouth just a little bit more. He's so squishy, I love it. So something like that. Let's make the eyes a little bit more bored. Okay. So something like this. Try to keep that little natural sneer this guy's gonna have in his lip there. And then let's take the teeth. Where's the tooth control? And let's just reposition the teeth a little bit. Kind of simplify that silhouette of the mouth. So something a little bit more like that. So that seemed to go well. No crashes. Let's see. Let's kind of do another slight facial pose here. Let's give a little bit more of a scowl this time. Okay. So I didn't save a default pose, that's fine. Oops, did I grab something with the eye? Grabbed an eye control by accident, I think. Did I? Or is it just the angle? Okay, yeah, so that's the fleshy eyes. Okay. So what's happening here is the eye is starting to move quite a bit, and what's causing that, and you can see it on the eyelid there, is on these rigs there's an attribute. If you select the eye control here, I believe, fleshy eyes. So if I turn that off, that keeps the eyes a little bit more in line, so that they don't slide around, or the eyes don't kind of shift as much. Now in this case, do I want to turn that off? Well, probably not. I think I'd rather keep that a little bit in there and then just readjust the eyelid. So something like that. In the corner, it also has to go down. something like that. Bring the mouth in a little bit. Bring the lips up. Really get that smear in place. So something like that. Let's just quickly reshape the bottom lip. So if the top lip is the one that's got this really intense shape to it, I tend to want to keep the bottom lip simpler. It doesn't have to be completely smooth, but definitely let the top lip tell the story a little bit more here. Let's take that top lip and move it out slightly. So something a little bit more like that. Do you think a company would fire you if you made great animation but you were kind of slow at making it? No. Unless you were constantly behind schedule, then if you were just slower than others, no. As long as you're doing good work and you're staying on schedule, then yeah, you're fine. Now, again, with that said, if you are constantly falling behind the production and not able to keep up, then yeah, they would have to fire you because it would slow down everything. But as long as you can keep up, you're good. Now, how can we train as students to be faster? Just practice. Do it over and over and over and over and over again. And honestly, don't worry about being fast. Don't try to race through the shot. Instead, try to understand why you're animating what you're animating and get a better understanding of that. What that does is it makes it so that you end up working faster in the long run because you understand why you're doing everything and you can just do it. If you're constantly trying to push your speed and only your speed, what you end up doing is getting more mistakes in your work, which only slows you down because now you have to spend time fixing mistakes versus just improving. So honestly, it's really just practice and keep doing it. So something like that, maybe. Maybe that brow is going to be a little lower here. One's going to be a little bit more angry. Let's see, maybe bring that brow up a little bit here too. So, am I going to save those shapes in Studio Library? Probably not. If I was going to save them in Studio Library, I would want to make them, or be much more careful. Or actually, you know, since I am going to apply them into my dialogue shot, maybe that's actually a really smart idea. Let me actually... Okay, with that in mind, since I'm making these poses already, let me save these And then we can just, when I get the dialogue working, all I'll have to do is kind of drop them in. I like this. That is a genius plan. I'm so glad you brought that up. So let's kind of do that. We've got this pose, this pose. The skin over the eye needs to be a little lower here. And then let's shape it. One thing with Shaman compared to a lot of the other rigs from AM, and this is one of the reasons why I don't usually recommend new students start with him, is that it takes a lot of shaping to get things right. And that's actually a good thing. So for example, like when I bring this down, he automatically gets this weird triangular shape right there. I need to shape that and actually get that to feel correct. There's a lot of clipping that happens. This is, again, that's good because in the end what it creates is this super fleshy and interesting character. But when you're first starting, it makes it extremely kind of difficult to work with because there's a lot more that you have to think about than you would normally. Let's push that nose. Push the nostril even. Really push that sneer in there. Something like that. No, that's good. So something like that, maybe. That left eye is a little too tired looking. Okay. So let's kind of push that a little bit there. Push that line of action. Okay. I'm just going to do one more pose here just so we can see if the issue has caused any other problems. I hope not. Okay. So let's just get another pose here. Get that lip roll out there. Try to keep that sneer in there. Let's reset the teeth as well. Okay. So this is the A kind of pose. So let's bring that back and then bring it in. So this is one of the big things that I see a lot of students when they first start posing out of the mouth and they do wide mouths. They kind of just pull it out like this, which just kind of makes it feel like the character is doing that. Bring the corner of the mouth in more towards the teeth. It'll help give that roundness to the mouth, and also add some nice depth to it. I really want to think of the graphical shape of the mouth here. So when I talk about the graphical shape, it's basically for the top lip, I want it to be kind of 3 lines. I want kind of a straight over here, a curve along the top, and then another straight back here. So like that. So we get that little bit of a straight there. What this is going to do is just give a visual kind of element to that mouth. Makes the mouth look a little bit more appealing than if it's just kind of a lot of lines or just kind of one basic line. Especially for this kind of sneer that I want, this kind of that. Now the bottom lip, this is going to be different. I want this to be one smooth, clean line. Now, by a smooth line, this is one of the things that took me a while to learn when I started out. Let me open up a new shot here so I can draw in it. So when someone says to make something a smooth line, when I was young and just starting out, that would mean that everything has to be like, oh, a smooth arc, smooth arc, smooth arc. And imagine these are actually nice and smooth. But like, oh yeah, like clean line. And what I would always end up doing is, if you look at the spacing of the line, the peak of it, the most extreme point of the line, is almost always very close to the center. That's boring. And if all of your lines look like that, that's not interesting. A smooth line can be something like that, where the peak of the curve is actually over here. Or it could be like that. Again, smooth line, but that peak is much more favored towards one side. If you're constantly just doing these kind of lines, where it's always in the center, you're going to get boring shapes. So for example, here, I want a smooth line in the bottom lip. That doesn't mean that I'm going to go for kind of a bouncing ball arc here. Instead, I can maybe pull back the corner of the mouth over here. Maybe even pull the lip there just a little bit more. So now the peak of the mouth is a little lower over here. Just a little bit. So something a little bit more like that. It doesn't take much, but it adds a lot. That's the neck control. I want the tooth. Okay. Let's take the tongue. And curl that in. So far, no crashes. Fingers crossed. I know it is a little early, but we can be optimistic. That's a good fix. I'll definitely make sure to remember that for the future. So, let's see. Now the other thing that I'm trying to do with these poses is I'm really trying to push the exaggeration of the shapes. Where if he's gonna come up here and do this really tight mouth shape, The next one I want to be wider and kind of more powerful in how big it is and kind of just that extreme shape. So just kind of exaggerating those features. Now, if we had the dialogue, we could show why that's important, but I'll probably do that in the next stream. Now that we've figured out all these problems, we should be able to be all good to actually animate the dialogue for the next stream. Hee. Let's bring that in here. Now you'll notice the lip is quite far here. I don't mind that. Lips are very stretchy, so that's not a bad thing. And especially for the character that I want to portray here. So, get that. Let's push that curve of the eyebrow there. The eyelid would open up just a bit. Kind of stretch that eye up. There we go. So you can see now, technically we're not animating, we're just doing facial poses, but how as his head comes down, that brow, it's still moving down, but it's countering that head motion slightly. So we get this kind of feeling of the eye holding in place just a little bit more as the rest of the mouth opens up. Maybe we can push that mouth just a little bit to the side there. So we get okay, let's do one more facial pose. And just pushing the arcs here. Okay, so what other lip shape tends to come up? Let's do an ooh shape. So we've kind of got a sneer here, but that's very tight. I want to give him an ooh shape. So the ooh shape is going to be teeth closer together. And you can see already, without having to do... that was a little too much. Without having to do much, we just move the jaw. Because we're exaggerating the jaw open here, we're not just talking and keeping the mouth very closed. And like, I know this is not lip synced yet, but imagine there was actually dialogue here. Because we're exaggerating the mouth shapes, when he then comes into this pose, see how dynamic that feels? And all we've done is change the jaw. But it's because it's open enough that we have that range of motion. If the jaw was only doing this kind of talking, like just this here, just a little open at a time, that's not going to feel interesting. One of the best things you can do when you're animating mouths is just go all out with it. Really push your shapes. Push those graphical values to everything. It's amazing how much that's gonna make your lip sync just so much more appealing. Okay. So let's kind of get that ooh shape in here. So once again, keeping simple forms and just playing around with the graphical design of it all. That. Let's round out that middle. Right there and then there. Now, one thing you might notice is that I'm kind of just moving a lot of shapes, what might seem randomly, but it is with a purpose. I'm trying to shape these so that I have full control over the lip shape. It's not just kind of open, close, and a few little things. It's really trying to form the entire mouth structure in more towards the shot camera, but kind of just making sure I have this whole form here. This is going to give that depth to the scene and really make it feel like he is he's talking versus just muppeting the sounds. Now the other thing that I'm going to be trying to do here is really pushing the compression in the corners of the mouth, so we really feel that lip kind of getting into that ooh shape. So a little bit more there, maybe a little bit more. Let's see, getting a little too closed there. Okay. Something like that. Let's bring this corner of the mouth back. But one thing I did want to mention here is doing things like this, at first it might seem like it's going to be extremely difficult to blend all your animation together because you're dealing with so many different controls all at the same time. When I first started out, I was very paranoid of that, really trying to keep things like clean and avoid over animating a lot of things. And in the end, what I found was that it really doesn't matter with lip sync, because as long as you get good shapes in there, it's very easy to just blend together, because oftentimes with lip sync there's only like 3 or 4 frames between poses. So as long as I adjust those few frames and have them move very quickly, I'm not going to have a problem. And this way I can focus on getting really good and interesting face shapes versus trying to constantly deal with like, oh yeah, but I have to keep it natural. Oh wait, no, it's gonna have problems with in-betweens. No, just push it and get it as visually interesting as you can. It's amazing how much that just kind of adds to shot. It makes the mouth more interesting to look at. And Crazy Gooey, hello! How's it going? Now, with that said, one thing I do try to do is I try not to counter animate a lot of controls. So what this means is I'm not going to be using all of these main movement controls here too much. I'm going to be using a lot of the smaller ones and focusing more on those. So there we go. We get an ooh shape that's kind of still designed to his lips here. I should save. So yeah. It's a little weird when it's just the head moving. But that's better. Get a little bit of a twist, that overlap in there. It doesn't even matter. This is just posing. But we're starting to get that appeal in there. Now let's actually push the brows here a little lower. So basically as he's going ooh, everything kind of compresses a little bit. So we get that. It's a little motion, but it is going to add a lot to the fleshiness of the face. Right there. Even just a little eyebrow change there. It just adds that nice compression to the whole face. I see that you're streaming a lot. I usually stream 3 times a week. And mostly doing demos for people. Although I am hoping to do a few more just animation streams to work on my own projects. Oh, see, so we were talking about facial poses that don't look good from other angles. Yeah. I think these lips have a problem. Now this might be a little too much. I might want to kind of restructure that a little bit, maybe bring that forward instead of in, so I get that ooh shape even from the front. Yeah, that's a little better. That's mostly for rendering. We might have noticed that little dimple right in there. But you can see even then how the lip is very kind of pushed. But yeah, in terms of streaming, I stream 3 times a week. Mostly doing demos for people. And doing kind of, I guess you could say like lectures, or I don't like the term lectures. Kind of just talks on different topics. And I'm hoping to do more of my own animation, as well as maybe some kind of more relaxed streams where we either just play games or just hang out a little bit more, because that is something I keep telling people to make time for in their own lives, especially when they're in school, and then I never do on my own time. So push that nose up as well. Add that compression to the face there. It's amazing what adding that little bit of compression will do. I can even add it in here a little bit and in here. And here I could stretch out that face just a little bit. Just get that little bit of squishiness in there. Maybe a little too much on the skull. Be very careful when you add squash and stretch to the head, you do not want the skull to feel like it's starting to squish. Any crashes? Nope. I think it might have solved it. If so, thank you a huge amount, Daniel, because now it means I'm actually going to be able to do the demo tomorrow, which it was supposed to be today. It was supposed to be today's demo. But now we're going to actually be able to do it and actually get some work done. Yeah, don't jinx, knock on wood, cross your fingers, all of that, save. But yeah. Let's see. And if I look at this from the side view, this is another thing I always try to do, is look at your shot from the side view. And it doesn't have to look perfect. The only shot that needs to look good is the shot from the camera view. But watch the mouth. You see how you feel that going in and out? It comes up, it goes out in the bottom lip here, then everything goes out. We have that fleshiness in there. Try to make sure you have that. If all you have is the jaw going up and down and that's it, that's not right. Again, like if we look at the reference here that I have, I shot it from the side view as well, and look at the lips from the side view, how they go out right there, out and up, and then the top lip sinks in as the bottom lip still stays out. The lips come in, especially that bottom lip. You can really feel that arc of the bottom lip. Even the jaw. Notice here how the teeth are slightly forward there. Then on this pose, they actually come in. The jaw comes in slightly and then back out. Our jaw does have a slight forward translation at times. Like right there, you can see the teeth are quite a bit forward. My teeth naturally don't sit like this. This is when I was just acting out this character. I found that I could get the voice a little bit better by kind of bringing the teeth out. So it kind of adds a slightly different character. But that doesn't mean that jaw can't move back in as he's talking. So like here, look at this. In, or is out. In, and then out again from the side view there. If you don't have that, you're going to be missing out on a lot of what makes faces so fun to work with. Our 4-frame talk cycle. There you go. We've got a talk cycle. Actually, that would be interesting to make a talk cycle, where it's just a character saying like a loop of dialogue, a proper loop where it's just like maybe a song or something, and it just cycles through. A song that never ends. If anyone remembers that. Let's see, I feel like the nose could be pushed a little bit more this way. That way we feel that the whole face kind of compressing in that the other direction here. And even that nostril shouldn't be quite as high. Even though it's still a sneer, because he's kind of squashing down, everything's going to pull through. Yeah, Daft Punk would be. That would be interesting. There you go. Technically, I would need one more pose just to link the head poses here, because right now the first and last frame don't line up very well. It creates this, it feels like the head just creaks over to the side. But yeah, I'm trying to think of any other facial pose that I would have for this character in my shot. I didn't do much facial stuff because it was mostly for the line of dialogue, but yeah. One thing I'm noticing is that corner of the eye here looks weird. That's a little better. I already joined to the stream. What the dialogue says. So the dialogue we'll be animating is let's see, do I have the link open here? So let me open up Sync Sketch here because I have the line of dialogue in there. So the line of dialogue is here. So let me hit play.
I was given superior intellect by my creator. I was given superior intellect by my creator.
So that's the line of dialogue. Now, we did have some animation, some actual animation earlier on in the stream before Maya decided to crash. But I think we found the solution. So at this point, I've got these faces here that I was just doing a test to make sure that it wouldn't crash again, which means that I'll be able to just take these and basically apply them back into the animation. And then just adjust them to the camera angle that's needed. But yeah. I'm trying to think what else I could do. Usually, we've been streaming for what? Oh, about 4 hours already. 4 hours, and because of those crashes, we got technically nothing done. Yay. Where did you get this rig? This is from Animation Mentor. So this rig is a rig that you get when you join the school, when you get into the advanced classes, so advanced acting, or sorry, the acting classes. And it is a wonderful rig. I love this rig. Like, just look at this. When you move the jaw, look at that. You get a nice squash and stretch. Oh, this is one of my favorite rigs. And I wish more people would use him, just because he's so much fun to work with. The whole face is so squishy. I love his hand design too. His hands are such, like, they're so big and like cartoony. It makes them really fun to pose out. Yeah, Maya, one day it'll work fine, but at least we figured out the issue, and hopefully it'll help someone else in the future, knowing what that problem was. So let's see here. I just want to try one thing. I want to put him into high-res mode. See how that looks with the poses we made. Okay, nice. So high-res mode just smooths things out. So now the geometry is nice and crisp. And I'm not seeing any major changes. So this is one of the big things. If your rig has multiple modes, like high-res, low-res, it's always good to double check that it hasn't broken anything when you switch to high-res. Because usually we want the high-res to be the final version. And some rigs, especially when you have like some rigs, the low res is very polygonal, which is okay, it works faster, but it means that your poses when you go to the high res are going to be very different. So just watch out for that. Let's see, do you have autosave activated? No. The main thing with autosave for me is I do a lot of demos for people, which are not files that need to be saved, or even like it's really just kind of showing features, and the autosave keeps interrupting that. So especially when I'm recording lectures or demos for people, it just keeps popping up, and I keep having to close it and then try to edit those parts out of the recording, which is a little bit of a pain. So I used to have it turned on, but yeah, I would definitely recommend it, especially if you are, or for anyone who is prone to forgetting to save like I am. It is a wonderful feature. When I was a student, autosave, an incremental save helped me so much. So let me actually save this here. And let's take our poses. So I'm just gonna, I don't need the whole body. Oh. That's what happens when you accidentally translate him. I've lost 6 hours of work like twice. Yes, I'm with you there. Those are horrible times, especially when it's like with this, it's a demo. Okay, if I lose it, it's not the end of the world, and I'm not on a deadline. I don't have like a paycheck reliant on this. I'm not in school. But when this happens, when you have a deadline, it is one of the most demoralizing things ever. Just so hard. Let's see. So I'm just gonna save these poses out, just so I can use them in the other shot if I want. I don't have to, but since we've got them, let's go into Shaman. Let's create a new folder, and I'll just call this custom. Okay. And let's make sure I have all my controls selected. New pose. And it's wanting to take my shot camera, so let's take my perspective, I should say. Let's take that and put it to 50. Okay. So I'm just gonna call these some generic names. Make sure I select all my controls. Deselect the ones I don't want. Okay. Pose 1. Let's save that. New pose. Pose 2. Save that. I'm going backwards, but that's fine. I didn't actually do them in any specific order, so. New pose. Pose 3. And then new pose. Pose 4. So Studio Library is a pose library. It lets you save poses so that you can use them in different files. So because of all the crashes I had, I was doing some testing and I was just posing out the face in a random Maya file to see if it would crash again, to kind of get out, or to figure out what was causing the crashes. And I ended up making some poses that I actually really like. So instead of just losing them or trying to figure out some way to transfer them, some complicated way, I can just save them into Pose Library or Studio Library, which is a free plugin. It is totally free. Do I have? Thought I had a command for it. I should have a command for it. So let me get you the link here. It's totally free for Maya. And see, the music even matches how epic Studio Library is. Yeah, so I'm actually going to do that right away. So, so their studio library. I recommend it to everyone. And like with this, you can have like eye shapes, all of these kind of presets that you can make. So these are presets that I set up for Animation Mentor. Hand poses, mouth poses, to just kind of get you started. Now, with these, I highly recommend not just using them as is. And this is whenever you use any library. These are there to help you get started, but not to just fill in the blanks. And just kind of click done, and then don't have to move it after it. So we saved those. So let me open up our actual shot. I need to organize my demo folder here. So many demos. Such an epic shot or epic song, Resident Evil music for this facial pose. So let's get that to open here. Now, all of our animation on there got reset, so I'm gonna have to work on that. But let's see. Now we'll see if this crashes here. So we've got our line of dialogue now in here. This is just the first little bit. And now, so this is all we have. I actually muted all the animation on the rest of the body. Which I guess I should. Let's unmute. So we've got just this very basic motion on the body, which needs to be redone because I lost all the polish I did on it. But let's say we want to bring in the face. So I would select all the controls that I want to copy and have reposed. So in this case, I'd probably want the eye control as well as everything on the face, but not the head control. The reason for this is the head control is already kind of lined up to my shot here. Well, actually, since I lost all my animation, I actually could just bring in that head control. And now let's find a pose, for example, that I want to bring in. So, for example, the beginning, there's the ooh shape, and actually, okay, I've got all the face here, the hair. Okay, I don't need keys on all of this yet. So let's go to frame. Look at my X sheet here. Frame 18. That was the W sound. Frame 18 or 39. That's the ooh for superior. So actually 39 would probably be a better ooh sound. So I'm going to set a key here, open Studio Library, and go to my custom shape. So we've got our ooh shape right here. So all I need to do is take that. I want to make sure my namespace is from selection. This way it updates whether I've got a different namespace on the rig or not. And then I can just hit apply. And there you go. Now, it takes a little bit to update, but there you go. I applied it. Now the fun thing is I could take another pose and either just apply that, or I could blend it in. So if I want to take the ooh shape and add in just a little bit of the anger, but not fully, I can merge them together and blend shapes together. Or for example, I want maybe these really angry eyes. Let's blend a little bit of angry eyes in there. And a little bit of maybe the O phoneme. I don't know why. Maybe we just want to do that. So I can start to blend things in. Now, again, this is a starting point. This is not a final, like, oh, add the phoneme, done. No, these are just to get you started, get the pose where you need it to be, and that's it. From there, you have to pose it out yourself. Oh, take care, Shadow. So with this, I can now take even the pose that I constructed just for this shot. I'm gonna push it myself to really exaggerate how I want it to feel for this moment with this camera angle and everything else. Okay, now I'm noticing there's a little popping there, so let me go in here and make sure I set this to DG. That'll make sure that the mouth shapes are working here. And for some reason, let's see, did we get reset for some reason? Interesting. Okay. Let's go back in here, select all that, reapply it. Somehow I lost it. So, ooh, apply. Interesting. I just need to key it. Yeah. Interesting. For some reason, it wasn't keying for me. Oh, wait. Is it? Yeah, there. Make sure you have this option turned on or else it's not going to key. I forgot I was doing some testing before. That should be on by default. Okay. So let's select all those controls again. I'm just going to do a quick select set of just the face. Don't need that. I guess I could have the ears, the whole head. Just not the main head control there. Let's delete all our animation. There. Create a select set, so create, sets, quick select set, face. Let's do one for the mouth. Okay. Need that one. Okay. So I've got all the... I always wanted to play Crystal Chronicles. I remember when it came out, Cameron and I were so excited for it. And then in the end, we never actually got a chance to get it. We heard like so many people talk about it. It's kind of disappeared. Where like, it came out, and then I remember after it came out, no one really talked about it much, or at least not in our area. But now, like many years later, like anytime someone mentions it, it's like, oh my god, that game was great. Whoa, like what did we miss out on? +4 Game Boy Advance to play. Nice. That's awesome. That was the hard part, was the investment. Okay. So let's look at our X sheet here. Move that onto my other monitor. And let's see. Let's start posing things out. So I think I had a pose here. Yeah, that one could work. And Deepak, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. So, let's do just the mouth here. Apply just the mouth pose there. So you can start seeing how using the library can be very helpful here. Now, we could have posed this out all on our own. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, is there any shape that I can reuse here? So I had the smile. I need the V sound and W. I could maybe use a little bit of this one, but I don't want to. So let me actually, since we're on pose library here, let me show you how you can work with it quickly. So I can take my phonemes, and we need a W sound here. So I can find my oo sound. So I think, yeah, oo is going to probably be best. So one of the oo sounds. So either, so was. I think either this one or this one. Maybe that one. And let's just apply it to the mouth. Okay. So I was let's go to 28. This is the V shape. So let's find V. Add that in. Now I could blend it in as well. I don't have to use the whole thing. But because I don't really have any motion in there just yet, I can just throw it in there. So now we're getting I was given, give, and then we've got 31 is N. So let's actually make this bigger so we can see more poses. So is there an N? MBP, LT, given, yeah, N doesn't really have a shape. It's more the tongue than anything. Given. Maybe we could use DT or something like that. I could always just use expressions as well. So this is actually another thing. So you can use the phonemes. So I could add that phoneme in there, but then I could layer in a little bit of maybe, let's say anger in there, and just kind of put a little bit in there if I wanted to. So it gives us a starting point. Now they're not all there. So for example, we do have an S. So let's go to 36 here. Phonemes. Let's get the S sound in there. And already this is where things are going to go wrong. S and Z are the same. So let's go to our was 22. Apply that as well in there. So we get I was this is the V for given, Sue, so Sue. But it doesn't look right, does it? Like the mouth just kind of pops in and out, and we're missing a lot of poses, but it should still feel a little better than this. We had 4 poses before, and it felt really nice and interesting. And now we've got, well, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it's not as interesting. Why? Well, because we're missing the emotion and the character of these lips. These are just generic shapes. So this is interesting because there's design to it. There's this corner that's pulled up. These they're nice, but it's not the character we're trying to animate here. These are just kind of generic shapes. The other thing is that mouth shapes blend into each other. So for example, the S shape here at 36, this is going to be blending into the next shape, which is the U. So the mouth is actually going to be brought in more. Now the other thing that I'm not a fan of when using Pose library for kind of basic phonemes and stuff is it's going to reset some of your controls. So for example, I don't want to animate with the pucker controls right here on by default. So I'm going to have to make sure I reset those 0.1. Which now breaks certain poses. So like, it'll speed you up in certain ways. Other times it will be kind of a pain to have to redo certain things. But again, the key here is just don't let it do the work for you. Don't let it be the thing that controls your animations and does the final poses. They are just a start. So for example, let's actually go to the V shape before we go to the S. So let's push this here. So I want this lip to really feel like that it's being bitten here by those teeth. I also want to make sure I keep the sneer in there a little bit. So to make this happen, let's bring the jaw back ever so slightly. Let's bring those mouth corners in. And then maybe up a bit too. Now, with this I can maybe open the mouth just a little bit as well. So I really want to sell that top lip coming up and really see those teeth. And specifically, I want to see the top teeth biting the bottom lip. So really push that shape there of the lip, kind of compressing and rounding in there. And then, like we were talking about before, really pushing the pinch in the corners. Lip shapes in general just look better when the corners are pinched. Okay, let's roll that lip up here just a little. And already you can see we're starting to get a much more interesting shape there. It's got a little bit more of that personality that we had here. So don't be afraid to really push your mouth shapes. And Sappho and Adamsaurus, thank you so much for the follows. I've always issues getting that bite in the lip. It's tricky. It's a lot of translating things. You have to translate the teeth. Really kind of don't be afraid to move the jaw. In general, it's better to try and exaggerate this pose than to kind of leave it as, okay, it's far enough. No, really push it. The other thing is try to not show the bottom teeth too much, or else it kind of makes it hard to really get that feeling of a bite in there. You could also bend the teeth if you want to. So, for example, if I select these controls here, this allows me to actually shape the teeth. So I can actually shape the tooth or the teeth around the lip a little bit and round it out. So it just kind of adds a feeling of pressure, even though teeth should not bend. You don't want it enough to see it, just enough to feel it. Okay. So he opens his mouth. I was. So here, let's go back to the W here. Now the W, this is not an ooh shape. This is a was. I was. So I want to make sure that that mouth, it'll probably go up a little bit from this pose here. So let's see. How do I want to do this? So I have kind of two choices. I could work with the ooh shape that I got here, or I could take the mouth shape here and work from that, which I think is going to help. I just saved my file. Did you save yours? I should. So let's do that right now. Boop. Save. This is the nice thing about doing streams, is you have people to remind you to save. I do need to make that emote though. Save emote. That would be cool. So I'm just going to reset the teeth here on this pose. Okay. So this is kind of the was. The mouth is going to come up a little bit. Lips. The top lip is going to go out just a little bit. I was. It'll flatten out, but still keep a little bit of that sneer. Might even bring this back here just a little bit, so we get a little bit more exaggeration in the ooh here. Let's push the corner of the mouth here. So kind of get that. It's still a simple curve, but curve the other way. I was. Maybe a little narrower. something like that. Before as an animator, I haven't worked in a game studio, unfortunately. I've done game animation, but never in a studio, just kind of on my own, which is a lot of fun, by the way. I definitely recommend everyone try out doing some sort of game animation if ever you have time. It's just a really cool experience. There's something about animating something and then seeing it on the screen and actually interacting with it, like you hit a button and the character jumps. You do all of these things and the character is actually, like, you are controlling this character and seeing all the animations you made. It's just really cool. I would love to work in a studio. Now I do freelance work once in a while, so I work. I don't think you can call it in a studio, but I work for studios. But I would love to work in a studio. The main thing for me is just not feasible right now. But one day. Now, even if I do work at a studio, I would still want to teach at Animation Mentor. I just really love it. Just kind of being able to help people in general. I would want to keep doing that. And Distorted Kick, thank you so much for the follow. So I was... Then... So here, again, because we use that library, we're getting this kind of pose that has no relation to the previous pose. And is that bad? Not really. But at this point, like, it's not a bad pose, but it has no relation. And that's the problem with pose libraries, is our mouths, when we speak, yes, we hit certain shapes, but they blend together with the previous pose. So if I'm going was, my mouth was, it'll go out, but it'll still keep a little bit of that w shape compared to if I was to go ease, like if I was going to be easel, like for painting easel. I'm hitting that s sound, but because I started with an e, easel, my mouth is staying wider. If I go, for example, oops, now my mouth is actually, when I hit that S, it's actually going wider instead of shrinking. Like easel, it starts wide and then easel, oops, it goes out. So it's going to take the sound that it comes from or is going to. So here, this is the shape I had before, and now we're going into this, and there's no real relation there. But instead, if I take that shape there, and instead take this and form the oops. Now, again, this is not always the case. Sometimes pose libraries save you so much time. You just have to be aware of when and why you want to use it. So here, the bottom lip's gonna open up, and the teeth actually close together. So for that s sound, oops, or was, I was, and you can see how the top lip is now holding the shape from before. And I can lower it just a little bit to kind of get that fleshiness in there. And maybe tighten it against the lip just a little. The bottom lip here is going to come in as well. Don't forget your in and out. And Demento, thank you so much for the follow. Have you ever considered doing a short film? Yes. Cameron and I are actually working on our own short film at the moment. between other projects and stuff. It's very slow going, but it is something that we are trying to do whenever we can find some time. Let's push that there. The main issue with a short film is I kind of want to push that shape there. Is simply just getting the resources, which include time, together to put enough work into it. Okay, I was. Let's look at our 22. Okay, so there we go. And then we're going into 26. Then. So I'm just going to take the mouth here, set a key, and we're starting to get a little into the V there. So I'm going to take a little bit more of the pose from 22 and use that. So given. This is where it's nice to have reference. So here I can really see, like, this is the V right there. This is the A right here. So what I'm doing when I'm looking at this is I'm not trying to copy, because, well, that's not the point. Instead, what I'm trying to do is I am using it as a way to see where things are moving. I use Keyframe MP, which is a free program, although there is a paid version, which is really good. It's made for animation and framing through stuff. So I highly recommend checking it out. Yeah. So for the air, what's happening is, so let me actually show you here. So I'm just putting some bookmarks. So here's the w, z. You can tell because the teeth are still closed. So if we look at our bookmarks here, you can see, let me actually increase the range, what's happening with the lips. Was, the lips open a little bit, the corner kind of unseals itself, and then V, it's still widening. So from this point, we kind of go in slightly on the S, which I could probably exaggerate a little bit, and then back out. Now again, I'm not trying to copy shapes because my lips are not nearly as flexible as this guy's, and they're just not nearly as interesting either. So instead, I'm just trying to catch that motion. So I could bring the S here in a little bit more based on what I was seeing in the reference. So that way here they still go out a little bit. And then for the V, let's push that out even more. Now we're starting to get a little bit of a pop here, but that's fine because what we need is, this is the A sound, so the mouth will be open. Now the amount we'll see. So given. Now there you go. Now it doesn't feel quite so much like a pop because the mouth is actually preparing for that moment. I do feel like it's kind of imploding a little bit right here though. So I might just, yeah, so that's why. Look at your mouth from multiple views. Is that lip there? It was collapsing in on itself. We shouldn't lose the roundness of the lip. It'll change shape, yes, but if the lip suddenly just implodes, that makes no sense. I'll have to come back in here and adjust this one. So I was is 22. Where am I? 22 is was yeah. Okay. So for this, the mouth corner is, it was unsealing. So actually let's seal this up a little bit more here. So that way when we get here, we can round it out a little bit more. Oops. Let's see, do I want to start bringing that lip up here? I know what's causing it to feel weird. Corners. We're just seeing a lot of teeth right there, which is just weird. Let me reset the teeth here. Yeah. So, yeah, save and stretch. Oh yeah, where do I get a playlist? So the playlist is an online radio station. It's all video game music, which I really like because video game music is basically designed to be listened in the background. That's the whole point of it, is it's supposed to kind of play while you focus on the video game and on playing the game. So in terms of animation, it makes it very nice because you're not like concentrating on lyrics or anything else. There we go. Starting to get, I was given. Okay. You ever play Paper Mario? Yes. I never played the original, unfortunately, but I did play Thousand Year Door, which that was such a fun game. So given. So here, Dragon Quest music. Oh, that's so good. I've never played a Dragon Quest game, but the music, so good. Given. Okay. So let's take this here. Look at our reference again. Let's find the N. Again, not copying, because there's no point. So given. So what happens here is that the top lip doesn't even really move. It just kind of, the bottom lip drops as the corners of the mouth drop as well. And the top lip is actually going up a little bit. So let's try to capture that a little in here. So I'm going to take the top lip controls. This is where having a GUI picker is very helpful. There is a GUI picker for this rig. The problem is that I found that for some reason the GUI picker, or just the GUI picker plugin, crashes when I'm streaming. So I'd rather not risk it with all the crashes we've had so far. So given. So now you can see how that top lip kind of stays a little bit closer to what it was before. Let's see. Top lip goes a little bit forward from the side view, most likely. So if we look at here, again, this is where it's nice to have the recording of the side view as well. You can see how the top lip actually goes. It's not just up, it's out. So V is in, then out. Bottom lip as well. Look how far the bottom lip goes. So we can start to shape this. So in. Let's do the mouth corners here. Mouth corners go down. Maybe not quite so low. Oops. What changed here? Okay. Here. Then they come in. The bottom lip comes out. And Nova and tell I'm terrible with reading things. Tell Diran, thank you so much for the follows. And Henley as well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So we get that. So now you can really see that lip come out. That's what's going to really sell that V shape. That lip popping out. But we can do the same with the top as well. So like we saw in the reference, it goes down, but it comes out slightly too. So now we get that stretchiness in the face. And you can see, like, when we start doing that, even from the side view here, look at how that mouth feels fleshy and interesting. Oh, the video player. So the video player is Keyframe MP. It's free. There is a paid version, although I do recommend the Pro, not the MP. There's a free Keyframe MP version. There's a paid Keyframe MP, but if you're gonna pay it, go for Keyframe Pro. It just has way more features. It's like better bang for your buck, basically. You're going to get a lot more out of it. So, okay. Let me double check my reference super quick. Actually, no, why did I said it even myself when I was looking at the reference. The lip goes up here. I might, just for the sake of it, I might bring the lip down here. That way I don't have to bring it quite so far up here. Now, the other thing that happens is that the mouth actually opens up. So that's very important here. So we've got the sound there. The jaw opens. It drops. And that lip should not be quite so far down. Now, you'll notice that the lips are kind of popping around, like, shape-wise. For example, right here, we kind of start to lose a little bit of the sneer, and it's starting to move a little screen left there. Right here. That's fine. This is not a pass on getting everything perfect just yet and kind of keeping every shape absolutely consistent. This is just getting the core in here first. Once we have that in and we know that it's working, then we can easily just kind of go through and polish up our arcs. Give the plus N. And then 36, that was the S shape, which is transitioning into the U shape here. Now this ooh shape, I think I can exaggerate a little bit less here compared to the camera view we had before. Kind of push that lip in there. Push that closed mouth. And once again, look at our reference. So that is, this is the superior, so this is the P right here. So yeah, so you can see there's not much difference between the S and the U. I could tone that down quite a bit here. Like this is a big change there. And like you can see, especially like this view here, that there's something wrong with that mouth there actually. Let's bring that back there. So just kind of shape this back a little bit more. Round that out again to avoid the lip kind of feeling like it's being pulled out. Okay. So we get something like this. Now, the problem with this is that it's going to look awful as soon as we spline things. Mostly the beginning is going to look awful because it's just this slow transition. So let's actually look at our shot, and the shot starts with the mouth open. But if we kind of watch, it doesn't start moving. Let's kind of turn on the volume here. Like the line of dialogue starts and the mouth just ever so slightly opens. Let's see. So that's on 17. So like 6 frames before. I could probably go a little bit more and maybe start on frame 4 is when it would start to open. Sorry, on frame 10, so 4 frames. I could also tone that down a lot. So I exaggerated that quite a bit here. Just have that little like... I think I could also push the mouth shape. So take all the lips here and kind of put that into the previous pose a little bit more. So he kind of just has a little bit more of this neutral motion, pose here. Gonna bring that lip up there. That way, as he starts to talk, we're not getting this big, huge change. Instead, it's just like right here. You can see how that used to be just kind of loose like that. Now we keep it a little bit more like so. And even at the beginning, let's take the mouth now here, copy it to frame 1. So now that just holds there, and then he goes to open the mouth and we get that. Much better. Okay, so let's save this. And let's do a quick play blast and look at the horrors that we have created upon the world. So I'm just going to make sure I save this. Okay. So Play Blast. Have you ever joined the 11-second club? I have not. I have never had the time, unfortunately. I've always wanted to try. I think it would be really fun, but I need to find some free time first. So let's take a look at this.
I was given superior. I was given superior. I
So-
was given superior. I was.
So it's not terrible, but not good. Now, why isn't it good? What makes it?
I was given superior.
That's what's feeling weird. I'm translating the front teeth too far. I kept wondering, like, there's something about the V shape, like right after the V shape, right here. The superior. I think the teeth are translating. Are they? No, never mind. Interesting. Something feels weird with the teeth between these poses. Let me just make sure that they're not moving. Okay. And actually, one here. Because we're playing blasting all the way to 44, we do have the P shape in here, which is on 41. And this is a very important, is that on frame 41, this is the P sound. Which means that on frame 40 and 39, which let me double check my X sheet here. Or sorry, the P is on 42, not. Actually, I hear it there. Let's offset our keys one frame. So, for this P sound, what we need is on the frame before the P, the mouth has to be closed. And actually the 2 frames before the P. Now, this leads into why does our mouth shape look so bad? Why is it we've got all of this work done?
I was given superior. I was given superior. I was given superior.
We did all of this stuff to get this to read well, and it's like, it moves. We'll call it that. The reason is mouths move very quickly. It's just the musculature of the mouth. When we move our mouths, they don't ease in and out slowly from pose to pose. It almost snaps from pose to pose. So right now what's happening is every pose, we're just going slowly into a pose, slowly out of the pose. Instead, we want to hit those poses hard. So once we have our first pass here, what we need to do is just add breakdowns to really hold things in place. So, for example, let's do the P shape here. So, so he's going into the E shape right here on 43. So let's get the E shape in first, because the E shape is going to determine what the P, how it's kind of coming out, and how it's going to go. So let's take a look at our reference super quick, and I close it off. That doesn't help. So if we take a look at this, it's a little offset here. So this is the E, so the P, this is the mouth closed, this is P. So you can see superior. The mouth is very tight. It's not going superior, superior. It's superior, superior. The top lip is the thing that moves, not the corners. Now, we can exaggerate that a little bit so that it does have a little visual flair. But that tells me that I can push the mouth quite a bit here and really focus on kind of getting that close in there. So let's reuse some assets here. So let's take the mouth here from frame 10, copy that for the P. This way I'm not having to sculpt this from scratch. So we've got the mouth here, ooh. Now here, P, superior. So it was the top lip coming out and P, superior. The bottom lip is going to open up a little bit. Superior. I might open the jaw up just a little bit more here, just a tiny bit. And let's kind of bring in the lips just a bit more. Okay. So what does this give me? This is, let's call this the P for now. We can come in and refine it later. P shape. Oh, super. Okay. Well, the frame before that shape, the mouth needs to be closed. So we've got the ooh, and I have a choice. I can do superior, so where the mouth goes up, superior, or I could go superior, where it goes up towards the E, which is what I'm going to try to go for. So two is up, P, it goes down, and then rear. So we'll try to add a little bit of an arc in there. So let's start that. So on 39, let's take the mouth shape here and close it. So we get that mouth closing here. So might keep it up a little bit more. Let's keep that top lip out just a little bit more. Again, don't worry too much about the spacing just yet. We can really tighten all of that in later. As long as I'm getting my poses roughly in place. What I'm doing here is I'm just making sure the top lip overlaps the bottom lip. Okay, soup. Okay. Now, let's take that mouth, copy it to 40, and move it down. So we get soup, and this can come down too as well. So, soup, superior, and then it starts to go up. So here the mouth is actually going to come in, tighten, soup. It tightens up to the teeth. And then up. Now, once I get it kind of in place here, I just need to shape it. So with the P shape, what ends up happening is because your lips are pressing against each other, it flattens the lips out. So instead of having this really big W shape in the lips, we get a little bit flatter of a design to it. So that creates that pressure in there. Let's keep these lips going down here. And then because he's about to go superior, the mouth can start to widen as well. Kind of in anticipation. Let's tone this down as well. Just keep that up a little bit more, just to kind of ease that corner down. Maybe not so much. I might even tone this down a little bit here. There we go. So we get close, close. Push the mouth shape here, superior. I could even push the roll of the lips so the lips come in slightly. Let's take this, and I'm just gonna push these in a little bit so we get a bigger change. Soup. E. Okay. So that's close to what we want. Now the main thing here is the lip. We can see the top lip pop down. That's not quite right. We want the top lip to kind of stay a little bit more in place, then come down. This character talks a lot more with his bottom lip than his top lip. And then kind of move those down there too. Those superior. And then that's E. And then superior. So let's take the pose here. Oops. So that's the E sound right there, or P. And then we'll just copy that to 42 and have the mouth go out and up. And then the lips can go up as well a little. So now we get this. And then as the lips come back, on the P sound, the lips burst forward, popping out, and then it comes in for the E as the lips tighten up. And I think let's just take mouth shape here, set a key, and I'm just gonna keep bringing it up a little bit. So let's just take a look at just that section there. The rest is going to be really weird still, but hopefully that part will read better. So really what we need to do is we just need to hold poses, which is actually not that hard. So let's kind of take a look at this here.
I was given superior.
Now you can feel that
superior.
You can actually feel it in there. Now it's hard to see because right at the end of the animation.
I was given superior.
But you can see it actually looks like it's popping. That's good. We actually want that little pop. That's the whole point of a P. It's a plosive, just like a B. B's and P's are plosives. They are popping sounds. It's why you have on microphones, you have pop filters, is for those types of sounds. So we need to hold poses a little longer. So how do we do that? Well, we just need to favor poses, really, and hold shapes for a certain amount of time. This is where our X sheet comes in. So for example, we've timed out all of the holds already. So for example, I know that I last until frame 17 before they get into the W. Now that doesn't mean that I just hit that pose and freeze in it, but instead of slowly drifting, I could take frame 15 here and let's maybe copy that to frame 17. So that's a little fast, so let's try frame 15. We'll copy that to frame 16. And let's make sure I actually did that properly. So you can see when he goes I, there's still a little motion that's leading into that motion, or into here. So now we have 18 was, and he kind of goes into the z right away, was. So I kind of want to just tighten that up here. So maybe hold the z a little longer. And then I still need to add more breakdowns. So for example, this still has a little bit of an ah sound. So I might just take the lip and kind of open it up a little bit more. Just to get a little bit more of a pop right in there. Okay. And then let's see if we can kind of push the arc of the lips here. So this is the E. Okay. So the mouth also prepares itself. So in this case, instead of holding the closed mouth here, I'm going to favor the open mouth. So he basically, that's a little too fast. He's going to hit this pose a lot faster here. And actually, maybe I'll take this, move that one frame over. Okay. Interesting. For some reason, I'm hearing the V here on 26. I'm assuming probably the audio got retimed a little bit when I imported it. A little fast there. So N. Given superior, so let's hold that S shape a little longer. Now this is, again, this is just blocking in it. I want to make that clear. That's that's kind of creepy. It's just stretching out. It needs to come in a little bit too. Tighten across the cheeks, or across the teeth, I should say. Oops, wrong key. Okay. Also moving an arc. Let's see. Happy Saturday! Hey, happy Saturday to you as well. It's my birthday today. Hey, happy birthday! Congrats. I hope you have an awesome day. Okay, I think what I want here is for the P, I'm gonna lower the mouth corners here. That way, what we get is as he goes into the E, we get a little bit more of an arc. Okay, so we've tightened it up. Okay. Let's see how this looks. So we just, all we did was we added moving holds to things very roughly. This is like just the most basic way we could do it. From here, we now have a structure that we can use to create proper holds. Attending A&M for undergrad. Hopefully got a small studio job or such, then AM later. Nice. Let's see. Let's take a look here.
I was given superior. I was given superior.
So already that feels better. Now there's a little bit right here. These kind of just hits right there. Yeah, so what I want to do is let's take the mouth frames here. Let's ease that in. And what I'm actually going to do is ease that a little bit more, but make sure that the jaw closes. Okay. So, got that. And Hakibet, thank you so much for the follow. So, let's take a look at this.
I was given superior.
There we go.
Given superior.
So you can see how the mouth pauses. It's not much, but it hits the poses instead of flowing through and just instead of the mouth just constantly shifting and adjusting, we're hitting poses, holding, transitioning very quickly into the next, holding, and what it creates is texture in the mouth where it feels more visually interesting. Now, does that mean, hey, we're done? No. This is the blocking of the mouth. We've just kind of put in the rough shapes and kind of general motions. Now what we need to do is we need to go through and basically clean up our arcs. Make sure everything is moving cleanly, interestingly, and then what we'll get is a nice polished piece of facial animation. So let's take a look here. I don't know if I'll have time to do all of it, but for example, one thing I tend to look at first is the mouth corners and the jaw. So let's take a look at the jaw curve actually. So let's open up our graph editor. It's our first time we're actually doing this for the mouth pass. And right here we can see everything that's going on. And we can also see areas that might be causing issues. So right here, for example, if he's going P, his mouth should just be P, closing here. Or, yeah. So let's do this. On this frame, his teeth are closed, and then he goes into the ooh. Let's keep the mouth a little bit more closed there. And then close it a little bit more here. So we get that. And then his teeth can close a little bit more after. Quite a bit more. So you can see how now we can start to really get what we want. So I want that mouth to go open up as superior, so the jaw is almost leading the sound there, superior. So it goes up here, then it might actually hold a little bit more there, and then we get this. Okay. What else do we have here? So the jaw starts to open up here. I could put a key on there and have that ease a little bit more. Or I could even have it go the other way, so that we get that kind of prepping of the jaw. Push that arc here a little bit. we should favor this a little bit. Right now it's kind of right in the middle. Yeah. Let's try to hold that V shape a little bit more here. Favor the mouth open there. Let's see, let's just clean this up. Okay, so we got that. And we can just go through and really focus on improving our arcs and let's see, you should make camera be moving on 2s if my character is moving on 2s. If you're doing a final animation, you typically don't want to move a camera on 2s because it creates a strobing effect. But if you it creates a strobing effect with the background, which is hard to look at. But additionally, you don't want to have your character on 2s if your camera isn't, because the character will strobe. Instead, what you need to do is you need to space the character out as the camera is moving. So what that means is as the camera moves, let me actually find a video here to show it. I have it here somewhere. Where is it? Wait, I think I know where it is. Right here. So, let's say you have a shot where your character is on 2s. So right now it's more like a polish pass. Yeah, now we're starting to enter the polish pass of the lip sync. So let's see. So if we look at this, this is what happens if you have a camera on 1s and a character on 2s, which you kind of need to, because if you don't, the camera will strobe and create a flickering. But then you get this, where the character is kind of bouncing back and forth, and it creates this look to it, which is not that pleasant to look at. So what you need to do is you need to screen space the object, which is basically, now you can see as the camera moves, the object just freezes in place. It doesn't move. It's pixel perfect where it was. This avoids that strobing effect and solves the issue. Some animators will change their characters and backgrounds from 1s to 2s in order to emphasize movements or speed. Yeah, so like if you look at Spider-Verse, the characters are on 2s or even 3s sometimes. Penny, the Japanese Spider-Verse character, is on 4s a lot of the time, but often the background is on 1s, or else, again, it creates that strobing effect. So you need to screen space it. Now to do that, it's kind of a complicated process, but I actually created a script, which is here. It's totally free, that you can run to remove that visual stutter. So you could try that out. And it basically, what I was showing that video there is what that plugin does is it just takes that animation and then smooths it out for you based on your camera. I kind of want to add a rotation to the jaw here, where he opens it up to eye, and there's just like a bit of a rotation there. So how does the script work? Do I just click it? There's instructions on the site on how to use it. There's a video on there that you can use to see how it works. You basically just have to select your camera, a control with the keys on it, and then your root control for the rig. I'm going to look back here. I feel like the jaw is bouncing a little bit right here. So let's use that. Yeah, that's better. So at this point, it's really just looking at my rotations, making sure they're doing what I want. So one thing I'm noticing is, for some reason, the jaw is really rotated throughout all of this in Y. And I don't know if I really want that. The jaw does rotate in Y a little, but it kind of seems odd that it would just be totally rotated there for no reason. Let's kind of add a little rotation back here, maybe. Okay. I'm just trying to offset the jaw here. Okay. So we've got that. Let's see, rotate Z. I like to add a little rotate Z whenever I have a little bit of rotate Y in there too. Just add a little twist to that. Okay. Yeah, that's what's probably causing the teeth to look weird, is this sudden rotation right here. Not that that's gonna change it too much. Let's change it over this frame. So we get that instead. Okay. So there's our rotations. Now, I need to look at the translation of the jaw as well. So the jaw does translate as it moves. So we can exaggerate that as well. Now, in this case, I'm going to push certain areas a little bit more. Okay, up. And let's keep that a little bit more of an ease right there. Hey John, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Okay. Let's get that in there. We've got the forward translation. Now this is an important one for this character. So when he goes eerie or here, I want that jaw to actually go forward. Eerie. And then come back in. And then it comes in. Then drops again. Or do I want to have it go the other way? Let's see. Let's see how this feels. No, I like it more the other way. Let's try that. Yeah. So we've got that. Let's see. I think at the beginning here, his jaw just needs to be more forward in general. This guy has a very pronounced jaw. Let's exaggerate this. Move that forward. And then have it come back. Okay. So that's the jaw pass. Now, one thing I'm noticing every time I scrub through here is the mouth really shifts over from this pose here, it goes screen left on 36, and then let's see, so screen left too much, and then kind of pops up. So right here, I need to figure out what controls are not working. I want to keep that a little bit closer to this. So let's select the mouth. Yeah, for some reason it's just resetting itself, which is weird. There we go, that's better. Okay. Yes, I should save. Thank you for the reminder. The next area that I like to look at is the mouth corners. So you can see, ooh, that's definitely popping a lot. So the mouth corner should really kind of move in nice clean arcs. So for example, superior, it goes out right here. Maybe holds a little bit more right there, then out. Now let's actually look at all three. And this is one of the few times where I might use stacked view or normalized view. So I can look at all the curves kind of together. So translate Y. He's going ooh, period. So this is the ooh, then p. The mouth corner should probably go up a little bit still. Then goes down. And then it's bouncing a little too much there. So let's kind of let's see. So what I'm trying to do here is trying to offset the mouth from the jaw a little bit. Because right here the jaw and yeah, the jaw is moving too much. That's the rotate Z, or sorry, rotate X of the jaw. Rotating too much here. It should rotate, but the corners of the mouth should be the things that really move. So a little bit more like that. Okay. So let's keep going here. Look at all our translates. This should probably also not ease in here. Okay, now translate Z. That's definitely not right, that it just kind of freezes here. So let's kind of push it in here. Then E. It should actually start going back up here. Yeah. So I want that mouth corner to kind of pull out a little bit more as he's smiling, and that smile gets bigger. Whereas over here, it's tucking in because he is kind of bring his lips in more. Okay, so something like that. And I'm working my way backwards. The direction you go doesn't really matter. You could start from the beginning, you could start wherever, as long as you're keeping in mind where things are moving from. So he starts to talk here, and the mouth corner is going out. We can see that. It's going down slightly. I think I can maybe exaggerate that, push that arc. But then it bounces. So it's kind of going out and then back in. And the reason for this is the translate X and the Y are both changing back directions at the same time. I'm using an Intuos. So just a regular, an old Intuos 3 actually. It's about 15 years old now, I think. And it's still working great. Knock on wood. So let's see, what sound is it making here? This is the was. Yeah, I think I can keep that going out a little bit longer here. So now we get an arc where the corner of the mouth starts to come up. Let's actually push that a little bit more here. So we get that nice arcing motion. And now once again we get a bounce. This time I'm going to keep this going in a little bit longer. As the mouth corner drops down. Let's hold that a little longer there. Let's favor this down a little bit more. So it's really just working with your curves, trying to shape things out. Let's see. Yeah, I want to add a little hold here. That's fine. Once again, we're getting a bounce. Usually you can tell when there's a bounce when your translates and rotates both, or sorry, your translate Z, the terms are that your translate Y and translate X in this case are both changing at the same time. So they're going up and then they both come down. This tells me that there's a bounce instead of a nice overlap. Let's try taking that down and this up. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Now there's a little wiggle here, so let's just hold that a little stronger. So it's just curve cleanup, but really thinking through it. Okay. So we've got that. Okay. I think I can push the arc here a little bit more. Let's offset that curve. Yeah, that's better. This arc could be pushed a little bit more too. It just hits a little too hard right there. Let's keep it going. Let's see. So just pushing the arcs here. Let's see. I feel like this is going up too quick right there. Yes, I will take some sips. So, let's try this. I think I know what it is. Let's translate X. It needs to keep going. Something a little bit more like that. Okay. Yeah, that's better. Now the shapes themselves have to be polished up a little bit more, but there we go. Now we have arcs on the mouth corner. We could do the other one now. And you can see it's just kind of going through, making sure things work. So for example here, the translate Y doesn't start moving until here, which is kind of odd. If anything, it should kind of build up slightly. Let's see. Arc that a little bit more. Let's keep that up a little bit here. So that way the whole mouth drops down together instead of the one corner leading. Which, not bad, but it's kind of weird when one mouth corner just kind of moves on its own like that. Okay, we got a big pop here. Give. And I think I can just tone this down here a little bit. Just doesn't need to go out so far. Let's see. if you don't see a certain part of the face, do you still go and polish if the camera never sees it? To a certain extent, because even if, for example, we couldn't see that mouth corner, it's going to influence the skin around it, and we'll see that typically. So I would go in and try to polish up any sections that we are definitely going to see or feel in the face. Now I need to pinch that corner of the mouth a little bit more. Yeah, let's do that right away, because it's messing up my facial animation right there. Oops, wrong control. Now these individual little controls, these don't have to be polished up that much, honestly. As long as I shape things the way I want, then it's fine. Okay. That rotation might actually be doing something. Yeah, I shouldn't have any rotate Y on this. Okay. Let's look at the translations again. Maybe it'll hold a little longer here. That way we feel the lip kind of lead the action versus the corner of the mouth here. Then it drops. And we're getting, yeah, that's good here. Maybe ease this a little bit in a little more. Something like that. Let's see. I wouldn't polish anything not on camera. Waste of time. Well, the thing is, it's not a waste of time because even, for example, the feet. That is not on camera, but it doesn't influence anything. So that would be a waste of time, yes, because everything I move here doesn't affect what you see there. But his hips here are not on camera, but that definitely affects the rest of the body. Even little things like this shoulder here, this is going to have a lot less of an effect, but you can see that depending on what's happening, if he's reaching for something, we might actually see that little bit of shoulder motion right in the bottom there. So I might need to polish at least that control. Even though it's technically not on screen, you have to polish it. Same thing with like that side of the face. Even though you have a profile shot like that, the skin is still being affected, which might affect the nose, the rest of the cheek, the lips. So you definitely polish it a lot less because it's not on screen. You don't have to get every arc absolutely perfect. But just because it's not on screen doesn't mean that we are exempt from it. It is very very crucial that we have to think through what we do and do not animate. Yeah, I kind of want to lead the mouth corner. That would help if I look at the right control. If you're doing just a dialogue shot right now, would you first do all the body and polish? I would do most of all the body, definitely. I wouldn't polish the body, but I would get like most of the way there, and then I would start really refining the lip sync. The big reason for that is if, for example, our shot, if I do all the lip sync, but then I start doing the body and find out that he's actually going to be facing this way, well, all those nice mouth shapes that I did don't matter anymore. So you want to get at least a good idea of what the basic poses are going to be, so that you're not redoing a bunch of work for nothing. Having to redo work just because is never fun. Okay, so this is, let's keep that in there a little bit more. Then E, let's push that out. Let's see, I don't want to do this. So the mouth comes in. Should go a little out here. Then probably very out. Then ease in. Okay. Then the Y goes up. Let's start bringing it down. And down. Maybe not quite so far down here. Maybe a little bit more like that. There we go. Now, let's also clean up this horror. So there we go. Now we've got the mouth corners kind of polished up. So let's just kind of take a look at this here. So let's save. And then play blast. Actually, let's play blast as another number here. So the main shapes are still going to have issues, but the corners and the jaw should be pretty good right now. And Berengard, hello! Thanks so much for the follow. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So let's take a look here. So just looking at it without sound, the main thing I feel is that the screen right corner is moving a little too much in translate X. I think I could tone that down a little bit. It's just kind of too exaggerated. So just hold out a little bit more, hold in a little bit more. So it's not kind of just back and forth, back and forth. The jaw feels pretty good. Yeah. And then it's just kind of polishing the shapes of the mouth, which honestly, there's not too much polish that needs to be done, just kind of tracking a few points here and there. But we've got the arcs of the mouth, and yeah, that's the main thing. So the main area that I feel is like right here. This comes in very quick, and then it comes in again right there, and then it comes in again there. So I wonder if right here was, I kind of want that wood. Maybe for the V right here, I was given, yeah, so the N, maybe not bring it in as much there. So it kind of favors the out here and then just goes in for the oo. So let's try that. So translate X. So give, then yeah, so here I just take this and go whoop, comes in a little bit. And then let's also do the translate Y, same thing. Let's just not have that big of a change here. I wonder if I can bring this down. No. Okay. So I'll have to repose the mouth here just a little bit to round out that corner here. No wonder it's causing issues. Okay. I want that corner pinch, but not at the expense of having the lip kind of reshape itself. Okay. Hey Tiki, how's it going? Hope all is well. I'll fix this little pop in there that doesn't need to be in there. Not that you actually see it at all, but just in case. Let's see. Just gonna double check my curves here. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to figure out how I want to hold this pose. Now this is a song. Let's see how it feels. And actually, before I do that, is the overlip not too high up? No. You can have people who talk with a lot of upper lip, where you could even see the gum if you wanted to. For this character, I really want to exaggerate that really high lip So he talks with a tight upper lip, but a very loose lower lip. So it's a lot of upper teeth, and a very, like if you look at it from the side here, that bottom lip is just way out. Now here is actually probably compressed in. The top lip is too flat, so you can see how it creates a flat shelf right there. That I'd probably have to fix. But for now, I'm not too worried about polishing the shape or the lip shapes yet. I try and come over and take a peek at your progress when I can. Hopefully you can see some progress. But yeah, this is the way, like, I'm talking about it out loud. But this is what I do when I'm working on my own as well. I'm just trying to think of the process and think of what I need, where I need it. Let's see. So is this animation almost done? Pretty much, actually. Like, I lost a whole bunch of work on the body, which I would have to technically redo. But we'll see. So really the whole point of this is just doing the lip sync. And I should save, yes. Now, the other thing that I'm noticing, and this is something I noticed in the Play Blast, is my jaw looks very even. So if I look here and then look here, this is my jaw opening, and it's reaching the same level both times. That's not good. I want it to be different each time. That was fast, you said, over a week? Well, the week was for 2 seconds of full body animation. Like, this is just the face. So the face is way faster. That's why, like, earlier I was saying there's no, like, metric for this, because I'm just animating literally this. If I was to animate the whole body with a dance number and a character interacting with props, and maybe they're, like, for example, Moana riding on the boat and she's setting up the sails and singing the whole time, that's going to take way longer. Like, we've been working on this for how long now, and I wouldn't even have gotten to the face yet, most likely, because there's so many things, constraints and whatnot to set up, as well as the cinematography of the scene, all of that. If it's just the face, you can get away much more quickly. Or if you have a shot where it's just the hand reaching for something, that might take you half a day, if that. A few hours, knock it out of the park, done. It really is just the complexity of the shot. So here at the jaw, what I'm noticing is that these two sounds are at the same level. So what I want to do is I just want to vary it up by making one of them bigger. And I think is a given I want to make bigger. Just because it's louder. So I think it'll be more interesting if that's kind of the bigger sound. And this is the nice thing about the graph editor, is you can visually see, like, how your mouth shapes are happening. And I can see that, okay, now we have a variation here. Even to here is lower. But then I'm noticing here, it opens up the same amount as before here. So maybe I just bring all of that down and just have a tiny open right there. So now none of my mouth openings are happening the same way. Each one is slightly unique, slightly different. Even the mouth closes aren't just closing completely, open completely, close completely, open completely. So what you don't want is, for example, the mouth curve. This would be the rotation of the curve, to just be this. Whereas all reaching the same peaks and all reaching the same lows. That would be boring. And that's what creates that kind of jabber effect. by pushing the variety in the shapes, you start to get just this visual interest that progresses through the scene. So let's see how this feels. So again, I haven't polished any of the mouth shape controls yet. I don't know if I'll get to that yet or not, but let's see how this feels. Yeah, that's already better. So that corner now doesn't feel like it's moving too much here. So now we have, let's unmute it here. Come on, tablet, for me. There we go.
I was given superior. I was given superior. I was given superior. I was given superior.
So
was given superior.
We're getting that in there
superior.
now.
I was given superior. I was given superior. I was
The
given
brows
superior.
are terrible. They just slide down.
Superior. I was given superior.
Ignore the rest of the face. We're just working on the mouth right now.
I was given superior.
Okay. Okay. Now, one thing that's gonna feel very strange, and this is what separates like lip sync that is okay to polished lip sync, is once again the connection of everything. If you watch the mouth, pay attention to the nose and the cheeks around it as he's speaking here. We see, let's actually mute this here. So we see some motion in the cheek here, but the nose is absolutely dead still. We're also noticing that the cheeks, as much as they're bunching up, there's no movement in the eyes, the corners right there. So there's this kind of disconnect where you could draw a line right across the face, basically like right around here, and everything above that is dead. It just doesn't have anything to do with the rest of the face here. So we need to connect that. And the way we do that is we can just layer in some animation once we have everything else polished in the jaw. Now, a few other things that I would need to polish in the jaw, I would want to push the teeth a little bit. I'm also noticing I can see the teeth moving right here, so that'll have to be fixed. I would need to push the tongue a little bit on the N pose. And then there's a few shapes that need to be polished here, like right here. That kind of, it feels like the mouth shape is slipping slightly. It also doesn't help that if you look at the core animation underneath the character, is just sliding, which is not good. Luckily, the lip sync is kind of saving it, so we can focus on the mouth more than anything else. But it definitely needs some work. Okay, let's take a look at those teeth. Because teeth can be animated, and actually should be animated. The only thing is that no one should ever notice that you've animated them. So let's take this here. We'll zero that out. Let's zero this out too. Interesting. What's moving the teeth here? This? Yeah. Okay. So it's making the teeth feel like they're moving is the squash control right here. Because it's going up at the same time that the mouth is closing, it's actually moving his teeth, which is not good. So what I would need to do is just hold that off a little bit. So now, as that's coming in, the teeth don't move quite as much. Let's see here. Still something moving those teeth. Is it just the jaw? No. Oh wait, could be the top control too. Okay, that's weird. That shouldn't happen. His head is slowly twisting. Just zero that out. Okay. Okay, yeah, now that's better. So the teeth don't feel like they move nearly as much. I can still offset this. So we still get that squash in there. But now you can see that the teeth just feel more solid there. So right here we have the N sound. The tongue needs to be up here. Okay. Select the tongue again. And hold that up a little bit longer. So so something like that. So now the tongue is actually working in the mouth. Now here it kind of, the tongue feels a little flat. So what I would want to do is actually lead with the back of the tongue maybe. So we get this feeling instead, where the tongue, you can feel it moving, but you're not seeing that plateau of the tongue. And then the tongue as well right here, it's kind of hopping, so let's kind of get that in there. Now I could polish that tongue up a lot more there, but that's fine for now. So let's play Blast one more time here. So, like, that's pretty much lip sync. It's one of those things that it's not hard to do, per se. If you can get your core shapes in there, and add that character to those shapes. Don't just use the phoneme libraries and stuff. You can easily block those out, especially if you've planned out the audio beforehand. Now, afterwards, what you can do is just tie it together. So what I mean by tie it together is make sure that the poses really hold the shapes a little bit more than just by default where they blend in. It's really just getting those poses and then holding them a little bit, moving holds, and you can get some really nice lip sync very quickly. So with that, we've pretty much done this section. I would really just want to work on the rest of it at this point. So who made the sound clip? This is Aaron Hansen. He did some he just did some random voice acting, and I just found that clip. I figured, that would work. So did you give time or tips to sync the lips with the sound already? Yeah, so that was last stream. We talked about how to time everything out using X sheets, as well as let me open up the link here. How to plan out the audio so that you know what shapes to do, what sounds to make, all of that. So come on, Sync Sketch, load for me. Okay. So taking that, the line of dialogue, doing all of your phonemes, your inflections, the important letters, all of that, so you know what to start with before diving into the actual lip sync. So these are all the steps right here. And then once you have that, you can easily jump into your dialogue and get it done. So with that, I actually have to get going soon. I didn't expect to be streaming for so long today. If it wasn't for those crashes, we would have been done much sooner. But is this all of that is in the last stream? Yes. So all of the dialogue prep is in the last stream. All we did today was mess with Maya crashing for 3 hours. And then we animated the rest, which the rest of this took, like, all of this polish stuff took like about 3 hours ish, but also consider that a lot of it explanation. So this would probably have been animated all like in maybe an hour, I would say. I should save again. So we have open lab today. No, there's no open lab Q&A today. Or else that would have been about 3 hours ago. And I would have definitely been late for something. No, open lab should be next week. So I just have other projects I have to work on. But I hope this was helpful. I know the crashes made it take a lot longer, but hopefully the process makes sense. Now there is another process that I also tend to use, which is the layered method, where I might just animate the jaw first throughout the whole shot, animate the jaw going up and down, then I'll animate the mouth of the corners going in and out, then the lips, and just kind of do passes like that. That is good in certain situations for kind of more generic dialogue, but especially when you want to go for really exaggerated mouth shapes, like where a character is sneering, or there's just like this really cool personality to it. I find kind of just hitting your important poses first, kind of getting those in there, and then kind of working around that tends to work a little better, because you can really shape things and get that expression in the character, that uniqueness to them.